free seats in between you, if you can kind of shimmy along into the middle so people can come in from the sides, if there's any free seats. All done when there's no free seats. Okay, so don't worry about that too much. I'm very excited to invite onto the stage next a pretty big personality in the Angular community. He's a speaker, he's an author, he's a co-founder of Hybrid, an overall really lovely guy. Please give a very warm welcome, smoking hot welcome, in fact, to the brilliant Sunny.
Wow, the lights. Good morning. How are we doing, everybody? That's a filled up room. You all came to see me? What's wrong with you? Me? All right. Morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my talk. Thank you, Ed, for the great introduction. I wish my mom could be here. So like, hey, look, Mom. You know, not bad. All right. So today I'm going to be talking about forms. And before I begin, let's kind of get the formalities out of the way. So, my name is Sani Yusuf, and I am Nigerian, but I live in London, but I'm originally from Nigeria. I was going to say the other way around for some reason. And I'm also a Google developer expert in Angular. And me being a Google developer expert means that, look, I'm crazy and I made it. You can make it there too. And I absolutely love the movie Avatar. If you've probably watched me speak before, you know this was coming. Has anyone not seen the movie Avatar by any chance? All right. Okay, there's only one serial killer in the room. All right, good. It's a great movie. I think it's the best movie of all time. So if you haven't seen it, yes, Avatar. Haven't seen it, go and watch it. It's easy to find me online. I am Sani Yusuf everywhere, SANIYUSUF. You can find anyone that looks half as ugly as I am with the same username, let me know so I can claim it. All right, serious time now. Let's talk about forms. Who here works with forms? Yes. Who here doesn't work with form? Okay, there's recruiters outside in case you need a job. We know. All right, so forms, we use them every day. Every single day we use forms. If you think you haven't used up to 20 forms since the beginning of today, you actually be wrong. And I'm actually going to show you why. They are critical to how we interact with technology, or just a lot of computers and electronic tools in general. So let's have a look at some forms. Does anybody know this form? There's a certain man that we all go on Twitter to watch what he's saying, because every one of his tweets could literally start World War III. So this guy here is very, very important. So this is the Twitter form itself. And if you think about it, without this thing here, the entire business goes away. There is no billion-dollar business. There's no Kofefe. There's nothing. This is very, very important, right? If you know, you know. So it's a very important form. So then next one, this, right? So I can see some faces here, and it's like you never thought about it as a form, because it just works. When forms work, we don't think about them as forms. When they don't work, that's when we remember. So this is the world's most expensive form. This is a $750 billion form. Literally. Because of this form, we are at a conference here. Think about it. This is the world's most expensive form, right? This is the single most important page on the internet. And it's like just widescreen and one form field. But it works all the time. And with this, we can do a lot of things, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of creepy stuff too. But hey, not going to say a lot of exactly. Then we have this guy. Again, another one of the things that we don't really think of as a form, right? You just whip up your phone, you make a phone call, you scream at somebody, and you turn it off, and it just works. But it's actually a form. And it's actually one of the most well-designed forms, because it actually allows you to type both letters and numbers, alphanumerics. Anybody still remember the time when we still had to type text messages and we had to use this, ABC, exactly. I tried to tell one of my nephews recently, and they had no idea what I was talking about. That was the day I realized I was old. I'm like, oh my God, I'm old. I remember that. Exactly, so this is another form that we tend to use every single day, and we don't realize. This one is a bit of a myth here. I put this picture up because I didn't want to make it obvious. What do you think I'm trying to signify here? Anyone? What do you think? Exactly, the address bar. That's another form field that you use every single day. But again, you don't think of it necessarily as a form field because, www.dodgywebsite.com and incognito, and it just all works, right? And that's the thing. It's really another well-built form. It gives you autocomplete and stuff like that. And the final one, this guy. Everybody hates this guy because this is how everybody says, oh, look, I'm on holiday. Look, I just went to the bathroom. Look at this, all of that. But this is interesting because with this one form, that's how the whole thing is built up. Like, you can decide who becomes president with this form. It's interesting. Very, very interesting. So it just shows you how powerful forms are. They're really, really, really powerful piece of technology. But we tend to just not really think of them that way. The reason is technology is an interesting thing where it allows us to extend our humanity. It's like when you're driving a car and there's something wrong with the car. It's almost like you can hear the noise, you can feel the vibration. You're like, oh, I think something's wrong with my left tire or something like that. And forms are the same. When a form is like annoying, you feel annoyed. But when it's easy to use, you like it. So there's a saying I always say, forms have the ability to make or break your business. Because everything we do in IT, at the end of the day, is about collecting information and presenting information. It's CRUD. It's collecting and presenting information. If you think about most of the applications you use on your mobile phone, the majority of them are glorified lists. WhatsApp is a glorified list, right? It's a $30 billion glorified list. Gmail is a glorified list. Twitter is a glorified list. Facebook is a glorified list. But these are powerful applications that make or break the way we go about our day. But they're all glorified lists. So before we begin, I'll start by showing you some really, really terrible forms. Yeah, let's start with the bad news first. It's always good to start with the bad news. So the first one is this one. It says, let me make my damn mistake first. Can anybody see what might be wrong here? So we've just landed on this great website, sani.com, and then we see this. So the whole idea is, I haven't even typed anything. The website is already screaming at me saying, give me your first name, give me your last name. Imagine walking into a room and you go into the reception and the whole time they're like, give me your first name, give me your last name. You're like, I don't think I want to stay here anymore. It's like, so that's kind of how it feels like. It's screaming at you. It's like you haven't actually even attempted to fill the form, but the form is already complaining about the information you haven't given it. So you're like, this is very dodgy. Why should I give you my information? And by the way, every single demo I show here, every single picture, there is a StackBlitz link that you can go when I share the slides to see the code of how this is built. And secondly, don't let me submit if I'm doing something wrong. This one. Can anybody see what they think is the problem here? The submit button, exactly, it's enabled. So you're going to go and submit this form, and it's just going to go to the server and come back and tell you no, for no reason. So it's like, it should be very clear about information that is mandatory. The format I like to use is I only show optional fields, and then mandatory is implied, maybe with a little asterisk. So, but if you have more optional fields, of course, that dynamics changes. But sometimes you can't do this because when you have call to action or acquisition buttons, if you need to collect someone's email, you're probably not going to disable the submit button. You really want their email to jump on their mailing list. So it's very important that you have the ability to tell users, okay, this form is very invalid. I need you to do X, Y, Z first before I let you submit. Because there's no point letting you submit and you're just going to come back. All right? So focus only on what I'm currently doing. This is very important. So I go on this form, and me being me, I'm too playful. I don't want to fill my first name first. Because I really love my dad, so I want to put his name first. But the form is complaining that I haven't given it my first name. So I'm like, do you want my information or not? It's like, it shouldn't really matter which order I put my information. As long as I give you the correct information, it shouldn't matter. But the reason why a lot of this, like these forms that I'm showing you, I'm not here just trying to say, developers are terrible and they're bad, they don't know how to build forms. Technically, it's really difficult to build really good forms. If you worked with Ajax and jQuery and you try to build complex forms, my heart is with you. If you had to pass through that. Or with PHP forms, my heart, exactly. So we know ourselves in the crowd, exactly. I think the .NET people had it pretty good. .NET Forms was a pretty good platform. It wasn't perfect, but it was at least better. So users can only interact with one input at a time. You only have one cursor. If you have two cursors, you have a broken computer. You only have one cursor. Or maybe you use Windows, then that would make sense. But you have one cursor at a time. So that's the only thing. And sometimes it's very important that you know when a user has interacted with the field, if they've touched the field, if they've focused and they've left. That way you can give them correct error messages, right? You want to let a user at least attempt and then leave, and then you show them error messages. That's a good way. Because I want to feel like you're watching me, not in a creepy way, but like you're helping me. Oh, no, don't do that. That kind of thing. You're guiding me to fill the information. There is exception when order matters. If we're building a form that allows you to, for example, do things like you need to put your zip code first and stuff like that, this then goes down the drain because you require that order. But then that makes sense. And then never make me fill a long form. This one. This is the reason why nobody likes taxes. Exactly. The government hasn't figured it out. They think we're just bad citizens, but it's this. Because we just fill information after information, and it gets worrying. Has anybody had this thing where they want to do something quickly on the mobile phone, and they open this form, and it's like long, and they're like right there, they say, oh, I'll do it when I get home. Like you stop right there. Or maybe you go on a form, and it's like not mobile optimized, and you're like, no, you're not. Especially when you're putting your credit card information, it's like, you just feel this mistrust. Because you're like, what you've done in your head is you've gauged how much effort you're going to need to fill this form, and it's just not worth it at that point in time. Exactly. So this is, instead of making users fill this long form, give them like a little map. They know exactly how many pages or how many different sections. Give them a state to know, okay, you're in section 1 now. This is your personal details. And when you finish that, you go to section 2. Even go further by making it persistent. You can fill this form, and halfway, you can come back. Makes a lot of sense. If you've tried to book airline tickets in a long form where you book airline, there was one, we shall not name that airline, just in case someone here works there. The Voldemort airline, the you-know-who airline. But I was trying to book a flight ticket, and I filled this long information. They wanted my name, everything, where I was going, email, and then I finish, and it goes, oh, by the way, the state, the session is over. I'm like, well, of course, it takes ages to fill the bloody form. That's why. So then we have this one. So you have your new website. You're telling me it's the best website. It's going to be better than Facebook and Google. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I like this guy. Let me give him my information. So I put my username, Man's Not Hot, and my full name, Big Shaq, and my password and everything. I really like you. I want you to succeed. So I'm giving you my information. What happens? This happens. So you're telling me someone smarter than me has taken the username Man's Not Hot. But worst of all, where is my information? So now, I'm trying to help you here, by the way. So now I have to write my own information again. Clearly, you're not serious about being successful. So the whole idea is these forms are really difficult to create. They are. They're not straightforward. If they were straightforward, there will be only one person managing the Google homepage. But I'm pretty sure there are thousands of those people. So it's like you have to think of a lot of things, because the whole idea is if a user feels good giving you information, that it's very easy for them, then they'll always give you information. This is why Typeform is very popular. Because before Typeform, we had different types of forms where it was just long, but Typeform just made it easy, like, just focus on one thing at a time. And that's how it became popular. And one of the reasons why when we enter examination halls, we feel freaked out is because the exam is actually a form. It's like, give me your answer, give me your answer, give me your answer. And if you're like me, you haven't studied, you know you're totally screwed. So you're like, oh my days. So it's stuff like that. So with Angular, I'm going to introduce you to reactive forms. So Angular reactive forms. So just before we proceed, there are two form packages in Angular. There's reactive forms, and then there's reactive forms. Those are the only two form packages in Angular. They are the only two. A lot of people got that. Okay, that's it. That's all you need. So they allow you to observe what the user is doing. Really know what the user is currently doing. Have they touched this field? Have they touched that field? X, Y, Z. And that then allows you to create empathetic forms. You have empathy for the user. Oh, let the user give you a password first. Then they leave that field. Oh, by the way, that password that you gave me, it's not 8 characters. Why don't you make it 8 characters? And they'll be like, oh, okay, 8 characters long. Oh, please, by the way, just for it to be very secure, add a special character and an uppercase. So you're actually convincing the user why it's good for them to give you that information. And that's really, really, really important. So you have empathy for the user. And then that allows you to also compose. You can compose complex forms, right? And then for all of us that work in companies where we have bosses that we really don't like, that would come and just say we want the form to go to the moon for whatever reason. We all have that boss, especially the new ones that come, like they just join after a week and they bring their Excel spreadsheet and they want to see what everybody's doing. Yeah, so you can extend it and you can create your own custom, forms or input elements in your company, right? So let's look at the building blocks. We have everything in the reactive forms is an abstract control, right? Everything is an abstract control. The abstract control is the base element. Then inside of the abstract control, everything just swims in there. So the form control, the form group, and the form array. And we're all going to see each and every one of these members. But each and every one of them extends the abstract control. So they're just children of that abstract control. And the abstract control gives you certain base properties and functions that they all either extend, override, or totally ignore. So to get started, you have you import the reactive forms module. Like I said, there are 2 modules, reactive forms and reactive forms. So you can import any one of them in there. You get started, and then the first one we're going to have a look at is the form control. So this is the base level one-to-one mapping between an input element and reactive form. So you create a form control here. So you can see what we've done here is we have a component, and we instantiated the form control, and we've just bound it to an input element here with the form control property, which is made available when you import that specific forms module, reactive forms module. So you bind it via the form control property. And then we have the form group, which is probably the most popular way to use reactive forms. It works mainly with the form element, and you use it to aggregate and group controls, right? So it gives you an object-based API, so you access the members like an object. Let's have a look at the code for that. So you can see here we've instantiated a form group here. We've instantiated a new, and inside of that form group, we've created names for every single child element, right? So first name, last name, and email. But the thing is, each one of these doesn't have to be a form control. Each one of them can be an abstract control, meaning that child cannot just be a form control, but also a form group and possibly a form array. So you could have a form group that all its children are actually form groups as well. So you can really keep building these long, really large, complex forms. And then you can use the form group and the internal form control name to associate the children with an input. You can really, really do that and get really crazy. And then we have the form array, kind of like the black sheep of the family. Nobody really uses the form array much, but it's more if you need an object-based API, an array-based API to access the form control. So it's like the form group, but it just gives you an array-like syntax to work with it. So indexes instead of object member lookups. And then you can also use the form builder to make everything easier, because everything you've seen before now was all imperatively done, but you can declaratively create all these members. You have the form builder, which has 3 methods: group, array, and also control. Please do not use the control method in the form builder to make a form control. It's just create a form control. It's better that way. It's faster. But you can do the same thing there. And this allows you to really compose. So if you're getting data from the back end and you want to repopulate a form field, you can do that. Look at that. I totally kicked this out, I'm telling you. No, my defense is off. Yeah, So we're going to do some demos. We're going to show value changes, a few things about the form controls. We're also going to show the built-in validation of the Angular reactive forms. We're also going to show composition, how you can compose certain things and your own validators. Custom validation, of course. And I'm going to show you a custom async validation feature. There's a warning with the last demo, so let me set the expectation. I rely on an API that, for whatever reason, just 30 minutes ago decided to stop working. Literally, I suspect someone in the crowd is responsible, but yes. So we're just setting that expectation. So let's all open it all up. Okay, I have MongoDB up. Probably not a smart idea. So let's go to Chrome. Let's go to Chrome. So the first thing we're going to go and see is the form control. So here I've built something called a Twitter form control. I love Twitter. Twitter is a very crazy place, and I'm a crazy person, so a match made in heaven. So I've just built a Twitter form control. Much better. Can everybody see, or bigger? Perfect? Okay, good. So here I've just built a Twitter form control. Here you can see it has the character count, 280 characters, I believe. And you can see the tweet button is disabled. And you can also see some values: untouched, invalid, and pristine. So there are a few properties that the form controls give you, the form control element it gives you. So untouched means the user hasn't focused on the field and left. They have to leave for it to be touched. Pristine means the initial value that you set while you were instantiating that form hasn't changed. So once that has changed, even if you come back to the same value, it's always no longer pristine. It's now dirty. And then you have invalid. Invalid is based off of the rules you set for validation. So once those rules are obeyed, it becomes valid. So let's have a look at the code quickly. So let's also make this a little bit larger. Perfect. Everybody see? So here you can see on line 13, we have a form control. We have the max character count and the character count left. So on line 18, you can see we've instantiated the form control. The first parameter is the initial value. And then we have a validator. So the second parameter is a validator or an array of validators. So you can have multiple validators. So we've made it required, meaning it has to have a value for it to be valid. And then we're using the value changes property in the line 19, because that value changes property gives you an observable that shows you the current value as the value is changing. So you can just hook into that observable and just keep doing the math there with the 280 minus whatever the length of the current value is, will give you amount of characters left. So that kind of makes sense. If we look at the HTML quickly, what have we done here? If you look at the disabled, the submit button, we've just said disable this button as long as, on line 8, the Twitter form control is invalid. So we don't need to check. We can just say, as long as the rules haven't been obeyed, just disable this submit button. And here we have the form text area. And if we go there now, we can say, hi there. My name is Sani. So you can see the properties are changing as I am typing. And you can see the count is also updating. And now the tweet button is activated. So you can see how it's all reacting thanks to RxJS. It's all happening immediately, automatically. You don't necessarily ever need to go and drill down to check. But if you want to do that, you have the ability to even go and say which of the errors is valid or invalid at that point in time. You can do that. So again, these demos are all available on Stackblitz. You would have the link. But that's kind of the simple reactive form control based thing we've done here. And here you can see that we have all the states. And based on the states, we are hiding and showing which state is valid. But not only that, you also have CSS hooks. So that's really good for your designers. So you have, for example, if a form field is invalid, there's a ng invalid class that gets added. So you can hook into that from CSS without ever needing to touch code. So your designers will love that. Just say, here are these classes based on these behaviors, and they can create great CSS for you. So we're going to go into the next demo here. Very simple demo. It's just basically a form that says, give me your email address and your password, and your confirm password. So let's have a look at the code quickly before we actually test this demo. So if you look at the code here, on line 20, we've instantiated this form group with 3 members: email, password, confirm password. So for email to be valid, what needs to happen, anybody? For email to be valid, that's line 21. What do you think? Yes, it has to be required and has to be a valid email. Word of warning, do not use this email validator because it's based off of the original email spec, and the email arrived before .com. So Sani is a valid email because there was no .com before that. So don't use that. Use the pattern matching to match actually .something. Yeah, thank me later. So these 2 need to be valid, and then you have the other ones which are just required. Password, they just need to be required. You just need to provide something, right? So let's have a look at that. So we'll say sani@million.com, and you can see the status has been changing. Now it's valid. It's still untouched because I haven't actually left the form field. And once I leave, it's touched now. So here I'm going to put 1, 2, 3. And here I'm going to put 3, 2, 1. So we have a conundrum. The confirm password and the password are valid. But we wouldn't want people to be able to submit this form because they don't match. And that's when you now need a custom validator on the group level. And let's have a look at how we achieve that here. So if you look at that, we created a custom validator here called password match. And we've just created, it's just a simple function that the form group gets injected. And then we're just comparing the values of the confirm password and when we return an error. So now if you go back to our form field, you can see that we have an error called password.match, which I created. But if I go back here and I say 1, 2, 3, and then everything works. So you can put the validators also on the form group level to say, yes, everything works, but I also need you to run this validator. All right, so we're quickly running out of time. We have one more thing that we're going to show. Unfortunately, like I said, the API, for whatever reason, just decided not to work. So here what I'm doing is basically I created a short form field here, and the whole idea is that you would put in your your zip code, and then it will tell you exactly if you can deliver to this billion-dollar application we've created, right? And the whole idea is, you probably read the news, you've heard what is happening in our country, so we only deliver if you live in like England, Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland, because that might be the case pretty soon. So that's kind of like what the validator works. So it's an async validator. It's using the Zippopotamus API, right? But I tried to do that, and it works. I reverted back to an older one, which I used the country of Finland, and it worked. Then I checked the online stuff, and it looks like there's a problem with the API. Like right now, so I'm like, ugh, why? So the whole idea is, when we come here, we created this form field, and in the zip code member, what we've done is we've created a custom async validator. That means for this form field to be valid, it's going to go make an asynchronous request, and it's going to put the form group in a state called pending while it's making that asynchronous request. So this is very good if you need to do something like you want to check if a password is, a username is taken while someone is filling the form, right? So you want to go make that request and say, actually, this username is taken. There's no point of you submitting this form because it's not going to work anyways. And you can make that check. So you can make an asynchronous request, and that doesn't have to be to the server. That can also be to just a local asynchronous request with a promise or an observable. And the whole idea is you just create a function, and that function has a form control. It will expect whatever form control you're associating it with, and then you just return an observable that either has undefined or null, or preferably null if everything is okay, or an object with an error name if there's something wrong. So it's like a reverse Boolean. If everything is okay, null. But if something is wrong, return something. It's crazy. Don't ask me how. I did. You can meet the Angular team. They wrote it. So that's kind of, it's a shame that we wouldn't be able to demo that. But feel free after the API is fixed. The link is available, and you can really check that. So we're going to go back to the presentation now quickly. So, um, okay. So for you to get started today, you can go to the demo links. Everything's available at stackblitz.com as Sani Yusuf. Angular guide for the reactive forms, both of them. You can ask me a question as Sani Yusuf on Twitter. Be careful, my Twitter can be a bit too much, so come with a cape. If you want to learn in person, we teach this at Angular Bootcamp, so feel free to check there. With that said, I think at this point in time, my presentation is over. I have around 20 seconds left. I'm going to say Nagode, which is how you say thank you in a language I actually speak in Nigeria. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm going to be outside, so feel free to grab me for in-depth questions or send me a tweet. But thank you very much. It's so great to see like this number of people come in to see what I have to say. I do not take it for granted. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great talk. Okay, so we're going to try and do a quick switch around as possible. So figure out where you want to be, track 1 or track 2, and do a quick change around. We'll be getting started in 2 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Good day so far? Yes, good. Great. When we're scheduling this, we kind of think about how we want to balance different types of talks, and I think it's really important every now and then, in and amongst all the technical talks, deeply technical talks that are happening over the next couple of days, it's nice to take a step back and think about how, when we interact with each other, the impact that that has on our work. Our next speaker is a mentor, a speaker, a senior developer at Wrangle, and very interestingly, a bit of a trampoline dodgeball star, I hear. So please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to Ankita.
So, hello everyone. Okay, this works, cool. So my topic for today is the art of humanizing pull requests or code reviews. So before I get started, I want to start by asking a question. How many of you have spent hours working on something, asked someone for feedback, and all that feedback was hurtful? Raise your hands. I mean, not all, but maybe partially. And you just felt like all your work was like quickly shot down. I mean, I have been there, and this is why I started writing a blog post on this topic on humanizing pull requests, that is code reviews. So my name is Ankita Kulkarni. I'm actually a solutions architect at Wrangle.io. That's my Twitter right there. Today, I'm going to show you ways on how you can be more empathetic and how code reviews are actually interpreted by your peers. I work at Wrangle.io. We also have a booth right there, so if you have any questions, I'll be hanging out after, and so come say hi and check out what we're up to. So the agenda is we're going to go through what is a pull request, first of all, how to create a pull request, how to constructively review a PR, and also how to respond to feedback. So let's get started by what is a pull request. Pull request is a way of initiating code reviews. Once a pull request has been sent, interested parties will review the set of changes and discuss potential modifications. So you see on GitHub or Bitbucket or wherever, you'll see a button called Create PR. That's pretty much it. So you create that pull request, submit a branch, and then submit your changes for reviews. So how exactly we should create a pull request? There's a process that goes in right before that, and I'm going to walk you through some of the ways that I personally found really useful before actually starting to create a pull request. So breaking down your story or feature. So before you start working on anything, start making a mental or a written note on how you want to break it down. You break it down into smaller PRs. This doesn't just help your reviewer, but also you to keep track of your progress. So for example, like a story, as a user, I can add or delete items from a list. As we saw, like in our previous talk, the forms are really hard. So whenever you think of like adding or deleting items from a list, there's a lot that gets involved in terms of like building this specific feature. And I'm sure that we all have built to-do lists a lot in our lives. So the way I would break down this specific story is into several PRs is by PR number 1, adding a text box and adding a button on the page. So this is just like a small PR, but then if you think about it, you're going to discuss with your team what are the different changes, where exactly how your files are going to be structured, what exactly you're going to call your files, adding a text box and adding a button on the page, what the framework you want to use, framework as in like if you're going to use Redux or not, where you're going to store, and so on, right? And this really helps to essentially put out a foundation PR. The PR number 2 would be clicking on adds item to the list. This is where you would actually make an API call and actually set up the form handlers and stuff like that. If you're using observables, like hook that up as well. And PR number 3, which is similar to add button, this would be like calling the delete API and essentially deleting item from the list. And keep this in mind, this all goes along with like testing and whatnot as well. As the code base is shared by other developers, reverting a change gets a lot easier as well. So let's say a breaking change was introduced in any of these PRs, we could always back out and essentially keep track of our progress like that. So trying to keep the scope of the PR to a single issue really helps in breaking it down. And this is in line with the programmer's oath as well, right? I will make frequent small releases so that I do not impede the progress of others, by Robert C. Martin. And you will also get reviewer blessings for doing so. So as you split up the PR, you don't want to be that coworker who blasts this really huge PR, and you wouldn't want to review it, would you? Like, just because you are also working on some core feature or bug or whatever. So it's really important in that you think of your coworkers when actually you're creating a PR as well, because you do want that feedback so that the code base could be improved. The other thing is adding comments on PR. This is specifically taken from GitHub. But essentially, like, if you're doing something unique in your PR, or you just add comments, right? Or you're using a specific function, or you're essentially not following the pattern that's in the project, there's a specific reason for doing so. You're most likely going to get a question from your reviewers. So it's really nice if you could just add a comment on your PR, being like, this is why I'm using this function, or whatever, right? Or like, why is this specific pattern is something that you're not following. And it's really important to do that. The other one, and this is something that I really like, so for a story, like as a user, I would like to view every screen using the tab bar. I personally like adding like any sort of screenshots or GIFs, just making sure that actually your, whatever code that you have submitted actually works. And especially if you're doing a lot of front-end development, a lot of like Angular or any other framework work, it's really important that you show that the progress, right? And the UI actually matches the design and so on. So in this case, this was specifically a React Native app, and it's like a mobile app, right? But then if you look over here, as you can see, like there are different states, and I'm setting up the tab bar and so on. So it's really, really important to make sure that you submit a specific screenshot or a GIF. That really helps. And the two tools that I really like are GetCap or GetLiceCap.com. These specific tools, essentially, you can select a screen, and it will export, and you can export it as a GIF. And that really helps a lot, just because you don't have to like do any sort of like fancy recordings. And add some tests as part of your PRs as well, as part of all the other small PRs. Your tests are there for testing your logic, but they're also there for documenting your code. Try to add a test whenever you're explaining something complex part of your code. But then, because your code should make sense to everyone, right? And for me, I personally believe that whenever you write a comment on your code and just trying to explain what the specific function is doing or whatever, maybe just add a supporting test to it and convert that and delete the comment. Because a lot of times we add comments, and sometimes they're very helpful, but the other times they could easily be converted to a test so that they're going to run as part of the test. The test suite is going to run part of your build, and that really helps a lot. So while writing tests, ask yourself these questions. If it's so difficult to understand, then how can I make it simpler so that it's easier for everyone, right? So something like, can I split this code into smaller functions? So like when you're writing tests, and if this is one test, gigantic test that are testing like a lot of different things, you could just ask yourself, can I split this code into smaller functions? Should I rename this function to something more obvious? And personally, renaming, like for me, really helps a lot, just because initially I have no idea. This function is doing so many different things. As I start writing tests, I'm like, okay, this specific function is doing these couple things, and maybe I should break it down, because this function is really huge. How can I simplify my code further so that it's like less complex, right? Again, if you think that this code is like getting really complex, split it up into smaller functions, and simplify your code further so that it's actually easier to read as well. But regardless of what you pick, you should definitely write a test, just because it will really help a lot. And as I said earlier, all these tests will run as part of your build, which will really help. So this is an example of a sample pull request, and that I created a while ago. It's just like, as a user, I would like to view every screen using the tab bar. And essentially over here, like you can see, like I've given a summary on like what specific tools I'm using, why this specific library was chosen, showing the inactive, active states, and also specifically mentioning that the Android's tab bar height looks slightly smaller than iOS. So just keep this in mind while testing and so on. Just because we did not have the build set up initially, I added like a checklist as well. And whatever tool you use, be it GitHub, Bitbucket, or whatever else, all these specific platforms do have like checklists and whatnot. And this really helps a lot because as we are actually creating this PR, all the developers are going to check in and make sure that did they run an iOS build or not, did they run an Android build or not. Because initially, as I said, we did not have a build setup, build system setup. So and the last thing is there any necessary documentation that needs to be added as well? And again, adding a screenshot or GIF. Again, these are optional things, but something that will really help you to get the approval faster, right? And you'll get the feedback that you need, and that will really help you grow. And if there are any labels you want to add as well, such as like a feature or a bug or whatever labels you want to create as part of the team. So the next thing is how to constructively review a pull request. So before I get started on how to constructively review a PR, I want to take a moment and tell you why I decided not just to write a blog post, but also like give a conference talk at several different conferences. I was in a project and that had a lot of opinionated developers. While I do acknowledge that there is no right or wrong way of doing things to a specific solution, it's really important to be really empathetic towards all developers and learn from each other. Because this is actually what sets up the culture for your team, and this is exactly what sets up for your company as well. Because anyone can, technology is easy, right? And anyone can figure it out and start writing code and stuff. But especially communication, being more empathetic towards your coworkers, and all these different things really inspired me to talk more about this, just because I felt like I could figure this code out, but then it's really hard. I found it really challenging initially to actually communicate exactly what I'm doing through the code or how I'm setting up my pull request and communicating that in a much efficient way to my coworkers. So having said that, my first topic is be more empathetic. So as a reviewer, it's really extremely important to provide feedback in a courteous manner. You need to remember that you're reviewing your teammates' code, who you like to talk to, who you like to go to team outings with, lunches, and so on. So it's really important to be empathetic. Try to step in their shoes and think, why did they take this specific decision, and so on. I mean, and feelings can definitely get hurt easily, right? They are human, they have feelings, and feelings can definitely get hurt easily. Hence, it's very important to be more empathetic during code reviews. Also, don't be too serious. Make it fun to work with your colleague. We get up every morning. We actually spend way too much time with our coworkers than actually our families, right? We wake up every morning, we're looking forward to the day, and we all are really passionate about the work that we're doing. So just don't be too serious about it. Make it fun to work with your colleagues. So when you're giving feedback, help them learn versus actually critiquing it harshly. Familiarize yourself with the code. So spend some time on it and understand exactly what the code is trying to do. Don't just jump in and be like, why did you use this? And then 5 seconds later, you're like, oh, I get it now, why they wrote this thing, or why they specifically decided to do this, right? So essentially, spend some time familiarizing yourself with the code and try to think of ways on how you would implement it. But always get in the habit of teaching. No matter what your level is, if you consider yourself a junior developer, someone who has less experience, or someone who has more, instead of telling them what the problem is, ask them questions, make them think. Essentially, help them grow, because you are really responsible in actually their growth and development at the company. So instead of just telling them what to do, instead of commanding them, always provide code suggestions. So instead of saying this code could be improved and then move on with your day, provide them suggestions or examples, specifically code snippets, on essentially what you are thinking and how this code could be improved. At Wrangle, we work with a lot of different clients, and this is really important, essentially, just because as we are helping them grow, their company grow as well, we essentially provide them code snippets and so on when we're actually reviewing PRs and whatnot, and they do the same to us so that both the companies grow a lot. And this really helps us, just because we can think essentially, oh, I had never thought of this approach, and this is way better. Or probably not, then give a reason why, right? And this really works and really helps a lot. The other thing is rewording feedback. So instead of just saying this will crash when it's null, so you should null check this or whatever, this is totally fine. And like there's no right or wrong way of doing this. But you could essentially ask them a question and make them think and help them grow, right? So what will happen if this value is null? What are some cases where this value might be null, right? Now, what have you done here? The difference between the two is that you have asked them a question instead of telling them this is actually going to crash, right? What if it doesn't crash? If you ask them the question, they're going to think possibly all the different scenarios where this value would be null. And they're like, actually, no, you know what? The function before this does a check already, so I don't need to worry about this just because when it does get to this function, I don't need to check this again, right? But essentially what you have done is that they're going to think, it's going to trigger a thought process, and they're going to respond to you instead of just saying this is actually definitely going to crash, right? And so on. So this is very important in terms of like rewording feedback. Next thing, use emojis. So this is my favorite. Like online criticism can be misinterpreted easily, right? Hence, emojis are the best tools for communicating online. Using them automatically adds a friendlier tone to any conversations and to your sentences, right? So when you do feel like the conversation is getting too serious, use an emoji. But if that's not you, don't force it, just keep it real, right? You don't have to completely change your personality and start throwing in emojis in each and every sentence if that's not you, right? So do whatever works, like keep it real, and do whatever works for you. So taking it offline, if you find yourself going back and forth in conversations with your teammate, the conversations are getting way too long, and it's not leading anywhere, right? That is the time when you should actually take it offline. There's no point spending lots of time trying to word sentences in a way so that it doesn't hurt your coworkers when you can just give them a call or walk to their desk and discuss the same thing. When you meet someone face to face, you become more empathetic and you understand their point of view even further, right? And alternatively, they understand yours. So when you do come to a conclusion, add a comment because it's really important to just summarize the discussion that you all had. So if anyone who's following that specific PR thread would essentially know, and your future self is definitely going to thank you for it, just because who knows what we discussed, and in future, if a similar problem does occur, there you have the documentation, so you can always go back in PRs and take a look at what happened. In fact, very recently, as I submitted a PR and there was a specific scenario that was brought up by my coworker, it was definitely a valid scenario, but something that we did not have to deal with considering the timeline at the moment. But I did add a comment being like, this is a specific scenario, let's not do this now, but let's add a story in for the future, so that for a future sprint or whatever, right? And as we did get some time and we were doing a lot of the cleanup and refactoring and we had that week, I went back in and I felt like this was the best time to go back and actually refactor the code to scale it up more, so that it actually supports more scenarios. Nitpicks. So essentially, when you're reviewing code and you may find something that is basically a nitpick, that is, it may not necessarily block the approval of the PR, but something to consider. Nitpicks are important, but they're not important, but they're technically correct. So for example, nit extra white space. So you essentially add nit word and a colon, and then whatever you're picky about, right? And this essentially builds like a very tiny framework, essentially to be picky about something. But at the same time, don't block the approval of the PR if you're adding something as a nit, right? Because it's something that you're picky about it. But then if you notice that all the coworkers in your team are being picky about the same thing, make it a rule, because you don't want to keep pasting the same comment over and over again. So whatever linters you use, like a ESLint or TSLint, whatever, just add a rule for it. So for me, like I'm not very picky about this, and we most likely add a rule for this, but at the same time, I like all my imports mashed in together so that all the icons are together, all the specific folder structures are together, and the editor that I use definitely helps with that, and the linters do as well. But this is something that I personally find it very easy as the project scales, right? So an example for that. But again, like, don't litter the code with nitpicks. You don't want to come across very picky about each and everything. So don't litter code with nitpicks. If you have mentioned something like once, just say it once, add that comment once. You don't have to add that same comment throughout the PR, litter the code with the same by just being picky. And essentially blocking the approval of the PR when we have a bigger fish to fry. Next, let's go through how to respond to feedback. So we went through how to create a PR, how to review one. Now let's look at how to respond to one. So if you think that the feedback is valid, implement it. And this is like the #1 rule that has helped me really grow in my career. So always remember that you are collaborating and writing code. And if a suggestion is provided, please treat it as a possibility of improving your code. If you don't understand something, ask for clarification. And that's exactly how we all are going to grow as well. So if a feedback is provided, essentially consider it and see how you could implement it. And if you don't think that it's valid, or this is something that you did consider and did not do, then maybe add a comment and have a discussion with your coworker. So, some of the examples of, like, if you do get that feedback, I wasn't aware of this API, that's really useful. So if you have implemented a function all on your own, that function does handle the specific scenarios, but not everything. And then you use a library called Lodash or Ramda or any of the functional programming libraries, which exactly does that. And if a coworker does suggest you that, you can respond being like, I wasn't aware. That's really useful. This is just an example, right? Like, these are a few examples on how you could actually reword your feedback, respond to feedback, and essentially reply. So this is an elegant solution. I never would have thought of that. Excellent point, change coming right away. Breaking up this function was a great idea, so much simpler now. And these are some of the examples that you can see that will really help, just because it will show that you're actually receiving feedback in a very nice way and actually implementing it. So if you disagree, right? And disagreements are bound to happen as different developers have different ways of writing code. But always try to voice your opinion in a very friendly manner. If you agree to them partially, let them know. But if you don't, then also let them know to essentially where exactly you're disagreeing, right? But do it in such a way that it's more friendly and it's more inclusive. Now that you have spent so much time working on your feedback, add a good commit message to let the reviewer know that this is like a documentation change, or this is splitting up the function or whatever, and split up into smaller commits. I know that a lot of teams have, you squash all the commits as you do merge it, or whatever. You can leave the commit messages right there, but this is essentially when you are working through the PR process, and and less so about when you squash and merge it in. Because it really helps, it's an easier way to identify the purpose of the commit and exactly what feedback that you have implemented. And the other tool that I really like is Gitmoji. And this is essentially a tool where you can add an emoji and explain what exactly you're trying to do, right? So if you're introducing a new feature, then you would add a sparkles emoji. If you're fixing a bug, then you would add a bug emoji. Adding tests, PR comments related, and writing docs. And this really helps me during the PR process a lot more, just because how much I am considering their feedback and implementing and splitting it up. So once your code does get merged in, but a defect gets filed, right? Once you do fix that defect, add a test to make sure that, there's actually documentation and there is proof that it actually works and the defect is actually fixed. And you will automatically gain brownie points for doing so, because you have actually taken a step further and there's documentation and you have documented everything. So in future, there's a new defect gets filed and something that you have actually already covered, then you can always go back and be like, hey, I did fix this defect by adding this test, but not sure now, right? And then you can add a new test or so on. Now, what if your coworkers are remote? And remote is working remotely is definitely a challenge, just because people can be in different time zones, they have different working styles, you do have work from home, and so on. And I personally find that just jumping on a call with them, or basically being more detailed when you're actually talking to them would really help a lot. But personally, when you're giving feedback, what I really like is pair programming. So you could always screen share and review the code together and give them that feedback that you need. So whatever screen sharing tools that you're using, it will really help a lot. Pair programming is essentially a method wherein like you are pairing on something and actually reviewing code together, writing code, and like giving feedback. So lastly, like don't play the blame game. And if it does happen that someone did break the build, there was some code there, and you don't have complete context, so I would just say let's not point fingers at our coworkers and if they did break the bill, because I'm pretty sure we all have been there. But essentially your tactic should be that how do we fix it together, right? Like how do we now make sure that in future something like this does happen, then we have like a process in place for that as a team and discuss that, versus just like blaming it on the person and moving on, because that doesn't build a really good culture, and that's really important. So essentially a story time. This is like my personal experience. As I was working on the project, we left a lot of comments, and the devs got some feedback from the management who thought that just the number of comments equals to their code was really bad. And we were encouraged to like reach out directly or like have calls by those developers and improve it like that, just because like comments meant like comments equal to bad code, and like they need to grow, and that actually impacted their salaries and so on, and promotion and so on. And so it was really, really important that we, first of all, having that conversation with management, being like, this is not, they need to understand what exactly the code review process is like. So for example, if I'm being picky about something, and if there are like 5 things that I've wrote, that doesn't mean that they're not a good developer. It just means that I am picky, right, about something. So it should not essentially relate to, any of the feedback at all. But this does happen. It's better to be critical in the spirit of improvement and not like bashing them. So what we ended up doing was having a conversation with the manager, but at the same time, like going and talking to, like having more frequent calls, and like essentially figuring out a process to like how to make this better so we all can grow and get better, right? Just because we all wanted to improve and we all wanted to get better, and this actually builds a team culture. And lastly, like small things can have a big impact. I know, like, as you start writing code, and like, as I said, like, for me, like, that's the most easiest part, just because I can figure it out. Like, like we all Google, we can ask our coworkers on how to implement a specific thing, brainstorm, and so on. And that's not the biggest deal for me. For me, like, it's something like how you can communicate and how you can be more empathetic towards the coworkers, because these small things do add up, and these have a big impact. So as you can see, like, anyone's like mental health or whatever might get affected if you get constantly criticized in a way that you are not willing to receive, and giving feedback in a way that your coworker is not willing to receive. And that's why it's really, really important that as we do, work on building these really cool technology solutions, we also like humanize the process and make it better for everyone. So having said that, thank you so much. Y'all did it. Thank you so much for attending my talk. And this is, I've written a blog post covering the same. And if you want to check that out. And so yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ankita. That was so awesome, and lots of really useful tips to take away. Okay, so we're going to kick off again at 11:55, I think. So you've got 5 minutes or so. If you are planning on coming back in here in track 2, I think it's going to be a busy track. So can you kind of please make sure you take up all the seats when you do that? Thank you so much.
We're standing room only now, so if you're still coming in, file down the sides and you can stand up and hear the talk.
To a fully jam-packed track 2. Look at this, that's great. How you doing? There's still maybe does it get much better? No, it's probably about it. Well, thank you all very much for coming to track 2. So our next speaker, I've got a sneaky feeling maybe doesn't need much introduction based on how many of you there are here, but he worked on the TypeScript infrastructure team at Google. He also used to work on Angular back in the Angular 2 days. He said that he used to try and do mathematics for a living, but said that he changed courses, and I think maths' loss is our gain. So please put your hands together and give a very big welcome to Rado.
Right. Hello, everybody. Full room. Did not expect that. Thank you all for coming to this talk, which has quite a funny title. So I was wondering if anybody will show up, but my worries were not well-founded. Okay, so the slides are not showing up. And they were there a second ago. Oh, my computer locked out. Oh, that would do it. Okay, hopefully that doesn't happen again. All right, yeah, so my name is Rado. As I was introduced, I work for Google in the San Francisco office. I work on TypeScript and JavaScript infrastructure in Google. And I'm going to talk about constraints and the power in constraints. So if you're wondering what this is going to be about, that was kind of intentional. I intended for this title to be somewhat provoking. So why should there be power in constraints? So let's think about it for a second. What do we see as power? So we're all web developers here. We build applications. We see power coming from ways to build great applications, build it faster, with less defects, really enlighten our users, impress our bosses, and that's powerful to us. And in general, we think we achieve that through features, through some amazing libraries, and I just put some random ones up there. DI gives us lots of power, RxJS, if you're in some other community, Monads maybe, it's amazing, right? VDOM. We see all these libraries and features as that's where the power is. I can do more, I can do something differently, let me do this, and I can make amazing applications. And constraints are the things we hate. So in software engineering, it seems like we really hate constraints. Like, you try to use something and the computer tells you, I can't do that. And you're, why? It's just a bunch of bytes in memory. I just go and flip the ones to zeros and let me do it. We hate constraints. And that's the default state that we see. And this is the most unscientific survey, which I just went to the Angular repo and looked for how often we ask to be allowed to do something, how many issues we have with the word allow, 2,000. How many issues we have with the word disallow, 50. So we always want to do more. We want to be allowed to do more. Has any of you ever filed an issue saying, I shouldn't be allowed to do this? You're like, this API is way too powerful. Please, give me a constraint. What about, please, my coworkers might abuse it? No? It changes the arithmetic a little bit, right? Especially if we work in a big project. But yeah, we really like to be allowed to do things. We really hate constraints. And my question, and what I'm trying to hopefully show you by the end of this talk is, maybe that's not a good default. Maybe there's something to be said about constraints. Maybe there is power in constraints. So this talk is also provoked by something I see in the JavaScript community, my observation over the last 7 years that I've been part of this, and it's how I look at projects growing. It's not based on any particular project. This is like general observation. So we see projects that grow very quickly initially, and then they kind of taper off, right? Just because of this rapid growth, changes become harder. The project becomes a little bit harder to maintain. And what do we do in the JavaScript community often? Rewrite. Start from scratch. Start from zero, right? Because this time, we're going to do it right. This time, we know. And maybe it grows a little bit slower, but we still catch up and do even better, and then tapers off again. And then we rewrite again. And this cycle continues. And my question and maybe hypothesis is, maybe if we grew a little bit slower in a more sustainable way through more constraints, we can actually, paradoxically, achieve better power. Like we can achieve better results by changing slower. And it's surprising at first. You feel like if I go faster, I'll get there first. But in a way, maybe not. And again, this is just a hypothesis. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but that's what I want to put forward in this talk. And to quote, this is a quote from another talk with similar topic, but in a different community. This one is from the Scala community. It's a great talk by Runar. Constraints can actually liberate you. Constraints can let you achieve more, and these liberties you take can actually constrain you down the road. So it's very paradoxical, and it takes a while to get your mind around it, but it's something to think about. And so I went and looked around other disciplines about constraints and restrictions and how we think about them, because I really think in software development we really hate them. And in the real world, we have Rails, guardrails, like nobody complains about that. I think mostly people agree that that's a good idea, right? They do what they're supposed to do. So that's not that controversial. Literature, like in basic creative arts. So this is an author, a French author, that has written a novel in '69 without using the letter E. Whole novel. And E, I don't know about French. In English, it's the most common letter. I'm pretty sure it's the same in French. But why would he do that? That's kind of odd. Well, in the creative community, people know that constraints can really, they can really empower your creativity, right? By putting some constraints on your creative process, you can achieve better results. And yeah, that's a sign from his, I guess, a city mark, and they also drop the letter E. So in the creative community, constraints are also pretty much accepted. And let's look at one other example of something closer to home, computer science. So this is a famous algorithms textbook. If you ever apply to work at Google, this is a good reference. If you ask me, I recommend reading it. So if you open chapter 8.1, talk about sorting algorithms. Mathematical proof, you need to do at least n log n comparisons to sort anything, right? We read the proof, that is true. That's the best we can do, no matter which sorting algorithm you do, right? So we know the other sorting algorithms we learned before that, they all are at best n log n. And then you flip the page, and chapter 8.2 says, well, if you constrain the inputs to be at most from between 0 and n, actually you can do in linear time. So that's a common pattern that when you constrain the inputs to the system, actually you can improve the performance. So it doesn't invalidate the previous proof, it just says when we allow ourselves to do less, we can achieve better performance. So this is all leading to the point that how we think about constrained systems, by default, often we think about there's the free system, which is powerful and has all the capabilities, and there's a constrained system that is limited and restricted. But really, there are two sides of that coin. If you flip it around, the free system actually could be very unmaintainable and shapeless, and the constrained system is structured and sustainable. So, so that's a different way of thinking, and I want you to keep that in mind. So now we're going to go through some examples in the systems we work in, which is TypeScript, Angular, and I have a little example about Bazel. So how many of you are using TypeScript here? Can you see show of hands? Okay. Keep your hand up if you like it. Drop your hand down if you don't like TypeScript. Okay. The same. Nobody dropped the hand down, as far as I can tell. That's great, because I'll show you a slide that I would not show to somebody who's just starting with TypeScript. But for this audience, this will be totally acceptable and an interesting way of thinking about things. So if you think about it, TypeScript can only reject your programs. That's all it does, right? It's not a new language, because the language is JavaScript. If you want some new feature, if you go to GitHub and ask TypeScript team, can I have pattern matching? Can I have my favorite feature from Scala or from Haskell? They'll say no, because we just do JavaScript, and we add types on top. So no new feature is being added. The only thing it's being added is the capability of rejection. And nobody will put it in those terms, because we always want to think about allowing things and capabilities. But really, by keeping your hand up, you proved my point that there's value in working in a little bit more constrained system. So I'll show you another case study through TypeScript. This is some very basic example. That's something somebody might do with JavaScript and TypeScript, and there's a constraint baked in there. So this is a hello world, I guess, of any web application. You have some object, and you're going to stringify it and send it back to a server. And the object has some properties, and the properties are written. The important part here is they're using underscore cased, so full name with underscore. So a project starts, and this is, somebody builds a project, and it has this piece of code in it. And then the backend folks come and say, actually, we really like it if you do camel cased. Like, has this happened to you? It happens. They're like, camel cased is preferred. And now we have two options. You can go and search and replace in your code base, and it'll be done. But you're a JavaScript developer, so you might be like, I can do something really cool, really fancy. And in JavaScript, it's 3 lines. Just take the object right before you send it, camel case all the properties. Right? It's only 3 lines of code. It's very straightforward in JavaScript, and you don't think twice about it. But if you try to do it in TypeScript, there's a problem. For all its expressive power, there's no good way to write this type such that you can take this interface that had the underscore named properties and magically translate them to camel case properties. So there's no way to write a type that matches the 3 lines of JavaScript you wrote. So in a way, TypeScript constrained you here, like it pushed back on you. It said, this piece of JavaScript you wrote, I didn't know exactly how to write it. And TypeScript's very expressive, trust me. Like, you can go really deep into map types, conditional types, but still we don't have, there's no way to actually write something nice and short in those 3 question marks there. So TypeScript constrained you, but the JavaScript seemed fine. So what are you going to do? That's no TS check, yeah. That's something a little less extreme, but yeah, you can put an any on it. But yeah, no TS check is really the big hammer you can use too. Yeah, exactly. TypeScript constrains you, but also gives you a get out of jail free card. You can always just put an any and be done. And you do that, and you're happy, and you move along, and you forget about my talk and constraints and everything. And 6 months later, original author leaves the team. That happens all the time. Integration tests get turned off because they're too flaky. Yeah, that happens. Or they never get written, but they're gonna put this here. Backend team changes their mind again. They're like, we need to do full legal name now. And the new front-end team is like, we looked around, there's no camel case full name, right? Because everything was dynamic, it was changed on the fly, it was never found in the code base, probably was never used, ships to production, now we have a bug in production. And again, unfortunately, these type of things happen. So, looking back at that story, what was the constraint that TypeScript has put on you? TypeScript put a constraint that you cannot ad hoc rewrite properties, just how you do that in JavaScript, right? You can do a lot of things. You can type a lot of JavaScript patterns with TypeScript, but some patterns are still, you cannot do that. And that constraint came with a power, though. The power was, if you don't do that, if you follow the constraint, actually you get refactoring, find usages, the type of things that you really wanted to maintain in your JavaScript code. So you had to give up something, but you got something even better in return. And again, this is if you only look at one side of the story, if you only look at the constraint, you can just be very frustrated. You can be on Twitter and just ranting how TypeScript's really stupid because it doesn't let me do what I want to do, but you gotta keep both sides. So let's move on to Angular, the reason why we're all here. Angular also has a few constraints. So let's go through some of them. No access to full JavaScript in templates, right? We have template expressions. You can do a lot of JavaScript-y looking things. You can do A.B.C, ternary expressions. You can do a lot of expressions, but you cannot do Lambda. You cannot do Lambda expressions. You cannot do function expressions in the template syntax. Like the template syntax is still somewhat limited. And again, this could sound like a source of frustration, but I argue it's actually very powerful because we already have the controller. We already have a .ts file next to this template. It creates a really simple distinction. If things get really complicated in your expression, you just put it in your controller. So not having full access to JavaScript means the templates are simple. And the second aspect is the templates themselves are the domain of the compiler, right? We know we have this AOT compiler. It can look into it and optimize the expression. For example, if the binding had a constant value, means it's never changing, Angular can decide not to emit the change detection code that matches that constant binding. Now, if you have a full access to JavaScript, now the optimizations become a lot harder because I have some bad news for you. You're using JavaScript and TypeScript. We think of it as a simple language. Actually, if you look at the ECMAScript spec these days, it's 1,000 pages. Right? So JavaScript is no longer a small, cute little language. It has a lot of features. It's a big language. And if you have full access to all of JavaScript, now the optimizer has to really understand everything, and it's a lot harder to optimize fully expressive JavaScript in the templates. So that's one example. Another one, no access to Webpack configuration in this Angular CLI. That's a constraint. The power, automatic upgrades. So if you have the full expressive power of Webpack, then ng upgrade will have a really hard time knowing what to do with the custom Webpack configuration you've written. So a feature like differential serving that we launched in version 8, we could land that for everybody because you don't have access to Webpack configuration. If you have custom Webpack, you have to do it yourself. Unidirectional binding. So this one might require a little bit of explanation. What exactly is unidirectional binding? So what is binding? Binding are all the square bracket expressions, like in this example. You have from one component to the next, you create bindings, and that's how you pass the data. The direction is only top to bottom, right? We have at output that goes the other way, but that is not actual binding, that is a event emitter, right? So there's no magic binding expression that makes sure that a property on one component is always equivalent to expression coming from the parent. And that part goes top to bottom. So this arrow, the back arrow, is forbidden in Angular. It's not there, and as I show you in a second, there's a good reason for that. If any of you used to work with AngularJS, AngularJS had this that was available, and we decided it's not a good idea. And you might think, I can fake this, right? You might be, Angular doesn't let me do this, but I really, really want it, so I'm going to write this. Manual backbinding. You just inject the parent app, and on every time this input is set, you just update the parent through some function, right? So you can try to fake it, and then you see this. Yeah, so I don't know how many of you have seen this. Not very pleasant, but it's all happening because of this. You're trying to, Angular has a constraint, you're trying to work around it, but Angular finds it at runtime and still tells you you shouldn't do this. So that's the unidirectional binding constraint. What's the benefit? Change detection is much, much faster. So if you allow this cycle, you never know when change detection is completed. Like I said, AngularJS, the older system, had that, and it had to cycle 10 times, and hopefully, it hopes it stabilizes. In Angular, it's just once, top to bottom, a single run guarantees it's finished because you have the guarantee that there's never a back edge. All right, so those were the examples for Angular, and now a few examples from Bazel. Bazel is the build system that we use in Google, and it's open source and available as a beta to use with Angular CLI. Bazel, at its core, has an action graph. Action graph is just description of all the actions that you do to create your application. Action is basically, here are files that go in, here's a tool, and here are the files that go out. That's an action. An action graph is many of those actions put together to describe your build process. At that point, that sounds pretty simple, pretty straightforward. There's one big constraint again in this description, in this tool, which is this description of the action graph has to happen without looking in the contents of any of the inputs. So when you're telling me how many outputs will happen, you have to describe that, their names and the number, without looking in the contents of the inputs. So let's say if you want to do something like take a .md file, a markdown file, and create a JavaScript file out of every single chapter, you cannot do that in Bazel because you don't know how many chapters you have ahead of time, because that's something in the contents of the input, right? So the action has to be described in isolation from the contents. So description without looking at contents, that's a constraint of this build system. Again, sounds arbitrary, sounds like we hate it. Just why is it getting in my way? Well, it comes with a power. The power is fast queries. So once the description of the graph is completely independent of the contents and actually of the tool, you can go and query it, visualize it, you can interact with the graph without running any of the tools. And the same description stays constant as you're changing the file. So as you're changing your files, you can still ask the build graph some queries like this, and all of them would immediately return. So here are examples of some queries, like Bazel query, give me all the dependencies of a file. So they'll tell you everybody who depends on a file. In case you work in a big monorepo, like we do in Google, interesting question to ask is, why does project 1 depend on project 2? They shouldn't really, but can you tell me why? And there's a query you can write. And again, all these queries execute I want to say instantaneously, but they execute very, very fast because they never need to look at the contents of the inputs and they never need to spin up the tools, right? So you never need to ask the tool, being TypeScript compiler or Sass compiler, about anything. The graph is static and understood and queryable. So yeah, those are my examples, and I'll wrap up this talk with a few takeaways. And they're in the form of pleas from me to the system builders, and I have another set for system users. So for system builders, if you're building some kind of system, talk about your constraints. Don't be ashamed. We're so obsessed with expressiveness and power, but constraints have power too. Talk about them, write them down, and of course explain the powers behind them. If you have those constraints, don't break them, because they're only as good as you keep them. So if you describe a constraint but then allow too many escape hatches, then there's no usefulness there. And of course, if the constraint really doesn't give you the outcome you want, the power you want, get rid of it. Like that's not out of the question. It's just something to consider. My plea to the system users: learn the constraints and the power behind them. Right? Hopefully the system builders have done their job and they've described them, they didn't hide them, they were not ashamed of them. Just learn them and understand why they're there and what's the power. Try to work within the system. Again, maybe you, just like the artists, maybe you can create some very nice creative results by working within the system. Don't try to always fight the system. Demand constraints when they're missing. This one's really hard, but maybe we can all together build better communities and libraries by asking for the right set of constraints. And finally, again, ask for removal if you really are convinced that there's no power behind that constraint. And the key part here is consider other users. You're just one user. Maybe some other users do derive a lot of power from this constraint. Be mindful that there are many users of these systems. All right, that's all for my talk. Again, thank you all for coming. This was, personally for me, this was a very challenging talk. It's not a type of talk I usually give, so I want to thank you all. And if you hated it, talk to me. If you loved it, talk to me. I would love to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Really interesting stuff. And thank you to all of you. Sorry we had to kind of squish you all in. It obviously got super busy, so thank you all for sitting down. And sorry for those of you that had to stand up. And thank you again for those of you sitting down in less comfortable areas. So appreciate that very much. Thank you. We've got the diversity and inclusion lunches happening now down in the mini workshop room. Lunch is provided there, so if you're interested in that, you can go to that. Otherwise, it's lunchtime now, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you all very much.
Hello, hello, track 2. How are you all doing? Hi. So this is Mr. Milks. He's accompanying me on this beautiful trip to London, and he'll be assisting with the slides. So coming up right now, we are going to have a talk by Stephen Cooper on NG Template Outlet, the secret to customization. And I think before we do that, we actually have a Slido. So another Slido. Get your devices out. So the question for this Slido, which version of Angular are you using currently? So, I know some of you have like 10 billion apps that you're building, and you're like, which app are we talking about? Just kind of average, which one are you using? Oh, 8. That's amazing. Most are on 8. Lots on 7. And still 5% on 1X. Very, very good. So thank you all so much for participating in this Slido. It's actually across both tracks that this is happening. So I wanted to mention, while you're still on Slido, at 3:45, there's going to be an Angular panel in track 1. And you can go ahead and submit your questions while you're on Slido. And this is going to be, assisting them in curating questions for that. So submit them there while you're on. Get them out. Yes. So up next, we have a sponsor talk by Andrew Smith, and he is the Director of Digital Innovation at Wrangle.io. His goal is to elevate his clients' digital capabilities to create holistic, high-performing digital organizations. He enjoys creating things at the intersection of creativity and technology, and was a professional lighting designer for theaters in a past life. I love that. Can we all give a very warm welcome for Andrew Smith, everyone?
Thank you very much, Alyssa. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all full from lunch. It was quite tasty. So I'm here to do 2 things. 1, talk a little bit about Wrangle, and 2, I've got some lightning tips that I've sourced from our beautiful people back at the office. So first, a little bit about Wrangle. So we've been supportive of the Angular community since we began, and you've probably seen us around here once or twice, but we partner with you to imagine, design, and develop customer-centric software applications, and we really love doing that. But the big thing that I wanted to kind of announce today to everybody is that we are traditionally, only Toronto would be on that slide, but as of this year, we are opening up offices in Amsterdam, Tokyo, and Atlanta, which we're very excited about. So, side note, if you're wanting to work in Amsterdam, come talk to us. Now on to the real things that you actually care about. Oh, sorry, did I say that? Angular Lightning tips. So again, I did pull this out of a few people from the office, and these are just some quick things that you may or may not know in the Angular community. So the first thing, faster unit tests. I'm sure you guys probably know the answer to this one already, but have you ever wanted to unit test your unit test suite to run significantly faster? Jest is the answer. Jest preset Angular, of course, is the lovely package out in there that can get you integrated with Jest really quickly, but there are a couple more tools that help you get that in if you don't want to do the base of itself. So Jest schematics from Breebug, Angular Builders Jest, and of course NX has Jest capabilities in there as well. So if you're still on Karma tests and you're wondering why they're running so slow, give Jest a try. Another thing, being able to extend the CLI. So if you ever wanted to make small adjustments or extensions to the Webpack configuration, which of course you can't eject from anymore, there's a builder for that. At Angular Builders Custom Webpack, we've used this before in case you want to be able to get into the nitty-gritties and make just those small tweaks that you might not be able to get otherwise. Another one, automated RxJS help. So if you ever wanted to ensure that your whole team is avoiding RxJS pitfalls and bad practices, you can piggyback off of TS-Lint for that. So there's RxJS TS-Lint rules, different than the one that got you from the RxJS upgrade, different package, but equally important. So if you wanted to get a little bit more standardization around RxJS and make sure you're not tying yourself in knots, check this out. Another thing, keep your performance budgets in check. We're all looking to try and build performant applications. And have you ever wanted to be able to keep a lid on the sides of your JavaScript bundles? You already have the capability to do that. Angular CLI does it for you. In fact, it's already in the Angular I/O guide, /build, configure size budgets. So if you need to be able to say, 20 megs probably isn't the best thing to ship, you can do that. Next thing, ensuring consistent automated quality. So have you ever wanted to enforce performance, accessibility, and SEO automatically? Lighthouse. Thank you, Google, if you haven't run into this yet. So you can actually put Lighthouse into your CI process. It's not just for running inside of Google Chrome, though it is fantastic for doing that as well. So developers.google.com/web/tools/lighthouse, you can go and check that out. Also another good way to get performance budgets automatically in there. As part of your CI process, do know that you do need some sort of deployed environment for this to work. If you're looking at things like automatically deployed PR environments, this is often a good thing to run that against. And that is all I've pretty much got. So enjoy the rest of the conference. I'll hand it over to Stephen. Come talk to us if you get a chance.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So this next one, as I mentioned, is Stephen Cooper. Stephen's a developer at G Research, a quantitative research and technology company. And since he introduced the firm to Angular in 2015, he's been a passionate advocate who loves sharing his newfound knowledge. And outside of work, you'll find Stephen enjoying time with his wife and 2 little explorers. So everyone, let's put our hands together for Stephen Cooper.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming to hear my talk today. As you know, yes, my name is Stephen Cooper, and I've been working at G Research now for about 8 years. So I'm probably one of those odd people who's still in their first job. And so for the last 4 years of those, I've started working more in our web apps, our internal web apps that we're doing. And one of the things that has led me to this talk is that you start creating these nice, simple components. It does one thing and one thing alone. And then you come over here and a client says to you, you know that nice component you've made? Well, can you make it do this? So you make a small tweak to it and you do that. And then the next week, another one of your clients says, oh, I like that, but can you make it do this as well? So you think, okay, yeah, I'll just add a little bit more on, and now that client has their request too. And you can see where we're going with this. You're back and forth, and before you know it, that beautiful, simple component you wrote is horrendous. And you've reached this point, which I like to think of as feature request fear. You're now scared to update that component because you don't know which one of your clients you might break. And this is a horrendous position to be in. And I got to this position. And that's when I discovered ng template outlets. This is nothing that you have to add to your Angular project. It's right there in Angular Common. So you can start using it straight away. And the transformation this gave me is now when a feature request comes in, I'm like, yes, we can do this. Let's make our clients happy. So over the next 25, half an hour, we're going to run through these things. First of all, I'm going to give you a reconstruction and just show you how easy it is to get into this situation where your component gets out of control. And then I'll look to see, can ng content help us? Because we often reach for that as our first tool when we want to customize what's displayed inside our component. But in this case, it's not good enough for us. And that's where ng template outlet will come to the rescue. And then hopefully once I've convinced you that you should be using it, I'm going to share some tips with you to really hit the ground running. So without further ado, to protect the identity of my clients, I'm going to use 2 other very important clients of mine. This is client number 1, Ben, and client number 2, Joe. Now, these 2 clients are quite demanding, and they're quite fickle in what they like, so it fits quite well. So at the moment, client number 1, Ben, he loves sharks. So as I want to foster, this love of web apps, I think, well, I can create an app for him, and we'll create this selector where he can select his favorite shark, and then maybe it will go and show him some interesting facts about it. So before we look at the code, this is just going to be a useful key for the rest of the slides. Anything with an orange border is our parent component, and then everything in the blue border, that code is part of our select component. So we start off with a simple component. We've got our inputs, which are our options, and we've got an output for when you select the shark. And then our template will look something like this. We've got a drop-down, and we're using ng4 to list out all the options. And then our app to use it, we've just got our app selector passed in a list of sharks, and there we go. Client number 2 comes along and says, I've just learned to talk, and I want to talk in Latin. So can you make this selector work so that I can see what the Latin names of the sharks are? So he's like, okay, we can do this. Let's add an input which takes this display function. And using this, we can then update our template. And instead of just displaying the option, we'll wrap it in this display function. And then when we pass in the append Latin function, when we define our component, you'll then see the Latin name displayed. So we're doing all right. And then client number 1 comes along and says, I've just learned how to swim. And I want to know which of my sharks are safe to swim with. And I've actually gone and made my own icon library that I want you to use. At that point, heart sings, how big is this icon library? But we think we need to make him happy. So we'll add this into our component as well. So we'll follow the same route. We'll pass in this function, and we'll need to set it up so that if you don't pass in the function, it's undefined. Because then we can use an ngIf to not display the icon. So this is to make it work for client number 2. But when this function is passed in, it will then give us a result. And we can use that to say whether it's a swimmer, skull or crossbones, pass that function in, and there we are. Of course, it's safe to swim with an angular shark. I forgot about that one. But I think we should stop for a minute and take a look at what we've done to our lovely simple component. So where we started off with 1 input, we've now got 3. So say we've added in a select display function as well as our swim icon and our original display function. And then in our ng-on-init code, we've had to set up all these different initializations and see how the swim icon isn't undefined, whereas the other 2 are, you're passing the value through. So our component is getting a little bit fragile here as we've added in these extra features. And then to add that onto the problems, client 2 comes to us and says, why is it so slow now? And I was like, well, I was just enjoying my pancake. But then if we think back to our component, what we've done is we've introduced this icon library that client number 1 provided for us to all of our clients. And it turns out it is enormous. So we need to do something about this. And that's where we maybe think, can ng content help us? Maybe we could project this icon into the component. So we're going to update our code. So we'll take the icon out, and instead we'll replace it with ng content. And then we get this. So the icon is only displayed on the last time. And that's because we haven't named this ng content. So even though you think you've put multiple instances of it, there's only the last one that is actually displayed. And also, it's got the wrong icon. Because everything that is displayed within the ng content, you've defined in your parent component, and it has no idea about the context in which it's been displayed. So this hasn't solved the problem for us. But client number 2 is still angry. So maybe now I'm thinking, I'll create a new selector. But no, we don't want to do that. Because say our select component is quite complicated, and then you're duplicating that code, you've got a lot more to maintain. So this isn't what we want to do. To resolve the problem that we've got, there's 2 steps that we need. We need to be able to pass in a generic template into our component. And secondly, we need the component to hydrate that template with its state. And by that, I mean the template knows which shark it's being displayed for. So you know whether you need to apply the skull and crossbones icon or the safe to swim. And guess what? ng template outlet enables us to do exactly this. So let's have a look at how you can use this. First of all, you need to define your template. So here we're using this ng template directive or element, and we're calling it with our template reference syntax as the hash, so you're saying hash my template. So here we have a template, and we can reference it with my template. And then to use that, we use the ng container tag, and then you apply the ng template outlet directive. You can apply this directive to divs or to another template tag, or in this case, we're using an ng container, because I find it works quite well, because you're not adding any other elements to your DOM apart from what's inside your template. So you can see my template, where we've referenced it, and then we've passed it into the outlet. Then if we have a look at how this will be rendered, the template itself doesn't get put into your, I guess, the rendered output. It will just be there as a comment. Our orange div with the border, that's the same. But then where we had this ng container with the outlet, you'll now see the content of your template displayed there. So we've now got our blue box inside the orange one. Okay. So for our use case, we then need to replicate this. In our parent component, we need to be able to pass it in. So we'll define our ng template within our component, and then we'll use a content child to pick up that reference name, so here, option template. And then in the options, where we're defining where this template is actually going to be rendered, we create our ng container with the template outlet and pass it that reference. Okay. So we've done our first step. So step number 2, we need to hydrate that template with its state. And this is really quite straightforward. There's also ng template outlet context. And this takes a generic object. And in this case, you've also got the implicit thing, which means when you reference this with the let syntax, it will use the default option. So here we're saying, when you render this template, give it this context. So now our template will know which option it's being used for. And then when you define your template, so you can say let shark, and that gives you access, or I guess a control or reference to that option. And then you can run your client functions directly on that object. So we've done step 2. So when he says, why is it so slow? Now we're much happier, because we can say, I don't need to create a new component. I can just use ng template outlet to solve this problem. So where before we had this icon on display function, we'll delete that, and we'll put an ng template, well, an ng container there with an ng template outlet on it, and we'll also give it the context of the, I guess, the option that it's being displayed for. And then instead of passing in these display functions via inputs, we'll provide the template. And also, if you notice, now when we're using this icon, we don't have to worry about the ng if or not. We can just use get the swim icon name, because for client number 1, he always wants to see this. So not only have we extracted this from our select component, the template that we're writing is simpler as well. So client number 2 is happy, his app is back to full speed, and client number 1 is still happy because he's still got his icons. So this is what our final select code looks like. You can see we've got our input, and we've got a content child now to pick up the option reference, as well as our selected output. So you can see we've got rid of all the inputs which aren't actually related to the fact that this is a select component. And you've enabled yourself to customize this in many more ways without ever probably changing this code again. And then if we look at the final template code, you can see it's all very generic. There's nothing specific to client 1 or client 2 use cases here. All we've got is this ng container with a ng template outlet. So it makes the code really clean, really simple, and also incredibly powerful. So, and then we look at the client code. So client 1, he's using the icon library, and client 2 just has their append Latin function. So here you can see all that customization has been taken out of our select component and just lives with the individual clients. And their select components are both the way they want them. And then client number 1 comes along after you've done all this work and says, I want to pick tractors now. I don't really like sharks anymore. So where previously you would think, oh, I've added all these inputs to be able to specify, his icon library and all of this, no problem. But now we think, no, actually, we've got ng template outlet. We can easily handle this. So where before he had this template, so he's got my selector and he's defined the shark template. All we need to do now, scrunch that up, throw it away, and put a new template in place. So now this is our tractor template. So we've got a tractor name, image, how many stars it got, and even a button to say, buy now. And there we go. We've got 2 completely different, visual representations of a select component. But under the hood, they're using exactly the same code. And I think this is, when I came across this feature, I was like, this is incredible. How did I not know about this? And you realize it opens up so many possibilities to you, because suddenly you're not scared of a client saying, oh, actually, can you add this extra customization? Because it's just changing the template in their own code. I'm not worried that I'm going to break any other person's use case for this select component. And also, you can be a little bit prouder, in a sense, of that select component itself, because it is completely generic. So hopefully I've convinced you that this is something worthwhile to use. And then here are some things that I found really useful in, actually working with ng template outlets. So first of all, let's start off with the default template. Say you've got an existing select component, and you have got a lot of clients using it. You want to be able to extend this select component with an ng template outlet, but you can't do that and change it in every use case. So what you can actually do is you can define a default template, put your existing behavior in there, and then you can see where we're saying ng template outlet, we're saying template ref, or if it's not defined, use the default template. So this enables you to maintain exactly the same look and feel for all the existing use cases, but then if you want to extend it further and use a new template, you can now pass that in as the content child and take advantage of that. So this is a really useful way of getting started with extending an existing component with an ng template outlet. And then it doesn't stop with one template. So we've got a template that we want to use for the select component as well as the option. Well, you can add multiple containers with their own references. So we've got selected template ref and an option template ref. And then with your inputs, you can add content child, which picks up both of those using the correct names. And then define both of them as children with the appropriate syntax or the hash syntax, and they'll be picked up and applied correctly. And you can extend this to as many references as you want. Another way to use templates or to get them into your component is via an input. And what this will allow you to do is you can define like a shared template outside of where you're using your components and then pass that in to both of them at the same time. So in this case, whales and sharks, they might use the same, I guess, template to be displayed. We can define it once and then pass it to both of them. And now if we go back to our context property, so at first we just put the implicit option on it. And then, but you can add any other name properties to this object. But then the way you use it is you can say let shark or let car. And if you're not saying what property to use, it will just default to whatever is implicit in your definition of the context object. But then say you want to add in some extra properties. So here we're going to add in the index in the list for each option. Then you can say let ID equals the index, or you can say let position equal index. So you've got to use the name of that property to extract it. Okay. So you could do something like this, where you've got your template, and then you color the different rows black and blue using those index. An interesting point which often I get asked about this is, can you do type checking on those properties? And this is something which Alex touched on his talk yesterday, that Ivy will probably get us a step closer to being able to do that. With this improved type checking and template type checking, this is something which is going to be, I guess, easier to do and more reliable. So that would be something which would be nice, because it would be nice to be able to say, here's my template reference, and actually, when you say let dash, or equals, you'd get an autocomplete list of the properties that are available. So I'm hoping that we will be able to achieve that. And then finally, testing. Testing these templates is quite straightforward. So what we're going to do here is we're going to test that the default template is used if we don't pass in our own template. And then when we do provide a template, we want to make sure that that is being used to display the output. So we will create our select component and our test host, set that up, and then we'll pass in this list of sharks. So here we're saying test shark, and notice we haven't provided a custom template, and then we're checking for that string test shark. So we can be confident in this case that the default template has been used. And then for the custom case, we can pass in our option template with our custom double bracket shark, and then test for the string custom test shark. And so we've tested that our template has been picked up, and it's using that to render the output. So there's a few things that I've come across which have been, I guess, bonus features of NG Template Outlet. So this has all been, I guess, a bit fun with using my children and as our clients. But I ran into this problem with no clients except myself, because I had created this select component to be able to choose between different simulation runs of all the data that we had. And the problem I was having is that the user wanted to add on all these extra features. So we've got this no icon, whether the simulation runs have been archived, whether there were any known problems. And this, what started as that simple select component, just got more and more complicated depending on your most complicated use case. But as soon as we introduced NG Template Outlet, all that complexity just went to that one complicated use case. And all the other selectors that we used were nice and simple again. And it also enabled me to make this select component actually truly shareable, put it in an NPM package that we could use locally, within our company. Whereas before, I wasn't happy to make that a shared component because it had these really specific implementations for my use case. So this is something that NG templates and NG template contents enable you to do. So if you want to learn a bit more about this, you can go to the Angular docs, or I've created a stack blitz where you can choose your favorite shark or tractor and see this code in action. Because for me, sometimes it's easy to forget how you set these things up. So I've created this stack blitz, which will just show you, and you can check for yourself that it is exactly the same selector. So that's all I wanted to tell you today about NG Template Outlets, and I hope that you too can really benefit from the power of customization that they will give you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. So we have a short 5-minute break. You can swap tracks, you can chill here, get a beverage, but we'll see you in 5.
can actually see them.
All right, welcome back for another session. I want to introduce you guys to somebody that I just met yesterday who I think is super cool, and she's a lot of fun. Let's give her a big hand, Naomi Meyer.
Hello, London. Hello. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you, Angular Connect, for having me. This has been such a great conference so far, right? Yes. Awesome. So, my name is Naomi Meyer, and I work as a software development engineer at Adobe in New York City, and I'm really excited to share with you all today some tips and tricks about building Angular apps with internationalization in mind. So can we get a quick show of hands? Who here is currently internationalizing their apps? Okay, awesome. So a bit about me. I work at Adobe, and Adobe has these 3 clouds. We have the Creative Cloud with Photoshop, Illustrator, the Document Cloud with Adobe Sign, PDF, and then the 3rd cloud is the Experience Cloud, and we produce more marketing software. That's where I work. I'm on a data management platform team, and I've had the opportunity of serving as the product champion or leader for internationalization on my team. And that means that our giant code base with Angular and React and some Backbone and jQuery, we are internationalizing the full app, and I've been leading that charge. So I've learned a lot of kind of really interesting, thorny engineering challenges of internationalization, and I wanted to share them out with the Angular community because I think they're fascinating from a code perspective. But I'm also really excited about this topic from a more human perspective. So many years ago, before I was a software engineer, I was a teacher. And I worked across Asia and West Africa. This is a photo from my class in Okinawa, Japan, back when I had hair, long ago. And so I know the challenge of really needing something to be translated and not having a translated version. And I've also learned about the importance of being culturally sensitive and aware to distinct cultures around the world. So my plan for today is to talk about what is internationalization, why it matters, and then some tips on how to implement it. We'll go over Angular implementation, talk about testing, TDD, deploying CI/CD, and go over layout, design, and UX best practices. And then I want to end with some of those cultural considerations to take into account. And my goal for today, my mission, is to invite you all to join me and really put the world in the World Wide Web. You think you can do that? Yeah. Awesome. So let's kind of just level set and make sure we're all on the same page with some definitions. So to start, we have translation, or T9N. And translation is the most granular level. It's the process of translating text from one language into another. And I'm sure many people in the audience have translated before. We take hello, it becomes hola, konnichiwa, bonjour. The next level up of granularity is localization, or L10N. And localization is the process of translating the internationalized app into specific languages for particular locales. And we're here in London in the UK, but I spelled localization with a Z because I'm American and I live in the US. And that's kind of an example of localized text. So in the US, we would spell localization with a Z because we're English in the US. But in the UK, we would spell localization with an S because it's English in the UK. So they're both English, but they're different locales or regional dialectic variations. The next level up of granularity is internationalization, or I18N. And internationalization is the process of designing and preparing the app to be used within different locales. And keywords here are design, that's our layout, our UX, our CSS, and preparing. So preparing is our testing, our TDD, our deploying, and really bundling the full app to be sent to prod in each of the locales supported. And these all three fall under the umbrella of globalization, or G11N. And globalization also includes non-engineering topics like marketing, legal, sales, but we're not going to go over those today. And important to note that these are all numeric acronyms. So for internationalization, we take the first letter I, followed by the number of characters in between, 18, and then the last letter N, similar to A11Y for accessibility. Another important definition is Unicode. So Unicode is kind of the governing body for internationalizing software, and they do a great job of creating standards. And one of them is the Common Locale Data Repository, or CLDR. And they define our accept HTTP headers that we send for each locale. So one example to start is EN-NZ or NZ for English spoken in New Zealand. And this follows the most recent BCP 47 standard. And you can get more or less complex with it. So I want to go over an example that I think is kind of interesting to paint the picture of internationalization. So when I started, I said, hello, my name is Naomi Meyer. I use the common American English syntax where I define myself by my first name or given name, followed by my last name, family name, or surname, right? And that's what most of us have been doing here at Angular Connect when we meet new people, right? But I did a poll around the office, and I translated this string into Japanese, konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Maya Naomi desu, into Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Korean, and Chinese. And here my name is highlighted in, my first name is highlighted in blue, and my last name is highlighted in purple. And as you can see, sometimes the order flips. So sometimes people define themselves in certain cultures by their first name, last name. Sometimes it's last name, first name. And then obviously sometimes the text reads left to right. Sometimes it reads right to left. So this is kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about internationalizing software. Because our users or our customers' names is such an important data point that we really want to get right in our apps. You know, if we accidentally display to our user their name in the wrong order, they could have a really negative experience working within our apps. And it's common for most of our kind of Western developed apps that are built first in English to use the structure of asking users to enter their name in a form where we have two separate input fields of first name and last name, and then we store those as separate columns in our database. And this is a very sort of Western approach to user data. And I don't think it's as inclusive as it could be. So a lot of countries actually don't follow the American syntax of first name, last name, like my name. Many people have 5 or 6 names. You know, in South America, I have many friends who have 3 different last names, and so it's challenging for them to really enter their names and make sure that they're stored correctly. So one possible solution to this problem is to allow the user to simply enter their name and store the name as whatever the user has entered and display it correctly. But there's other solutions to solve this problem. And folks might be looking at this and thinking, Naomi Meyer, Meyer Naomi, like that's a lot of work. Why should we do this? Why should we care? And if we look at the world's most spoken languages, English is not number 1. And the majority of people on Earth do not speak English as their first language. So by internationalizing and localizing our apps, we really have an opportunity from a business perspective to expand into new markets and target new customers. From a user perspective, we display a lot of really critical, important error messages, like, warning, you're about to delete everything in the app. And if our users can't really understand that, they're going to have a negative experience. You know, I've heard stories of my friends' parents who say that they just guess when they're trying to click through in an app when they don't understand the language. And from a people perspective, I think it's really useful to allow our users to navigate our apps in their native mother tongues. So ultimately, I think internationalization is good for business, it's good for people, and it's good for the world. So let's talk about how we actually do that. Let's go over the 4 steps to internationalize an Angular app. So step 0, mark static text for translation. The next step is to extract the text into a translation source file. Step 2 is to translate the file and then test the translated file for each locale. And the final step is to use the Angular compiler to generate a new version of the app. So, static text. Here we have our app.components.html file. We have an h1 tag that says, dolphins and whales are awesome. You know, we're at Angular Connect, and my favorite animal are both dolphins and whales, so I couldn't pick just one. Under the sea, right? And this is kind of an example of what not to do. We have a hard-coded English string in this h1 tag. So what we can do is we can wrap this string in an i18n attribute. And this is an Angular attribute that is removed after compilation. So we can include the i18n attribute in an ng container here or an img tag with the i18n title. And it's an Angular attribute, not an Angular directive. So another important thing is to help our translators. So if we go back, this is totally acceptable. You can do this and fully internationalize your app. But if you want to kind of go above and beyond, one thing you can do to really make your translations as great as they can be is to think about your translators. So this is a photo from a group of translators who I worked with in Myanmar, Burma. And I like to really keep them in mind because translators have a challenging job, right? And we can help make their job a lot easier by giving them additional context about where the strings are in the apps and what they're actually doing. So to give our translators context, we can take that same h1 tag and we can include the meaning. So here the meaning is page header, followed by the pipe syntax, and then a description of what the text is doing and where it is in the app, and then finally using the ampersand syntax, add a custom ID. And this really helps your translators. Another thing translators have to think about is they have to consider gender and acronyms. So often technical acronyms in sort of ABC text are challenging to translate. They have to keep in mind, so it can be really difficult to translate sarcasm in English or slang in English. Those are often mistranslated. So I know sometimes, as Angular devs, we don't necessarily have control over the copy in our apps, but a good rule of thumb is to really try and avoid sarcasm or slang. And then word order. So translators need the option to modify word order in their apps. So if you can avoid concatenating strings or building UI that's based on word order, it can be much more inclusive if you don't do that. And another thing translators really need to take into account is pluralization. So pluralization really changes from different locales. And this is an example of kind of what not to do. We have a span with updated the variable minutes ago. So what we can do instead is we can use the Angular pluralization tool. And this is how it works. So we have the first parameter is the key, and the key here is the variable of minutes. The second parameter will identify the plural translation type, and then the third parameter is the most important, and this defines the pluralization pattern. So here we have the pluralization pattern of 0, 1, and other are the categories, and then they're matching values with just now, 1 minute ago, and minutes ago. And in English, we're used to maybe adding or removing an S for different pluralization types, but in other locales, the full word can completely change across languages. I heard recently in Slovakian, the full word will modify based on each of the different pluralization types. And for every fifth word, the word completely changes, I'm told. I don't speak Slovakian, but that's what I've been told. And also for Russian and German, different locales, their pluralization categories are very important. Also numbers. So any place an integer is displayed in your app, it's so important to format it correctly for each locale. So this is our numbers, our dates, times, currencies, calendars. These all need to be formatted for internationalization. And there's some great tools available to you to format these numbers correctly. So something I learned also that I think was just really fascinating is in English, we're used to, if we have a long number, like 1 million, every third character will add a comma. But in Chinese, it's not every third character of a number, it's every fourth character of a number. So if you're shortening long numbers with internationalization, you need to keep those kind of distinct use cases in mind. So that's what we need to do for the first step. The next step is to, from the Angular CLI, run ngx i18n to generate the main translation file. And that looks like this messages.xlf file that you can put in your locale folder. And then you can include additional files with the messages.locale.xlf format for each of your locales supported. So here I added one for French. The next step is to test all the things. So this is testing all of your strings, and you can use whichever testing tool you use, and include snapshots for each of the locales supported. And then another important thing to test is the functionality of your app. So things like sorting and filtering. You know, Angular devs were all used to building a sort function for ascending, descending characters with ABC. But sorting in different locales means their dictionaries are ordered differently. So handling sorting and filtering across locales can be a challenging endeavor. One thing that you can use is string.prototype.locale compare function from JavaScript, but there's other tools and libraries that can help with sorting and filtering. Also keyboards. So if you include hotkeys or short keys in your apps, oftentimes different locales, their keyboard structure can be different. So if you, a good rule of thumb is to force alphanumeric keys only. I've heard stories of some of the big design apps at Adobe that have lots of short keys and hotkeys. Their process of internationalizing those keyboard shortcuts was rigorous. So really kind of make yourself or future engineers happy by keeping your short keys alphanumeric and testing them. And then the final step is use the Angular compiler to generate a new version of the app for each of the locales supported. And there you have it. That's all you really need to do. It's not as hard as people might think. And the Angular compiler way to do it is fine, but I wanted to share the way that we do it at Adobe. We do a process that we call continuous localization. And we have a number of custom tools and pipelines that we include for localizing and updating all of our strings. And this is kind of a big software company way of doing it, but something that I think is really important when we look at this crazy diagram is to just really keep internationalization in mind when architecting your deployment process, because it's a lot easier to add it at the early stages of architecting an app than many years down the line. So keep internationalization and localization in mind in your CI/CD architecture. Another thing that we've been exploring lately is, does anyone use a pre-push or pre-commit hook for ESLint or Prettier? I feel like that's very common practice, right? To make sure everyone on the team is on the same page with tabs versus spaces. So we've been adding a pre-push hook to update all of our strings with machine-translated strings. So developers can test the length of strings. So you can get creative with your architecture. I also wanted to quickly call out some of the awesome open source tools that are available to help with your internationalization process. So ECMAScript out of the box has the internationalization API, and that includes the INTL object. And this can be really useful for handling dates and times. Also Moment.js. Anyone using Moment.js? Woohoo, Moment! Love it. It's such a great project, and they support so many locales. It's very useful. And then Globalize.js, awesome open source tool, and i18 Next. And i18 Next is useful because it's framework agnostic. So if you have Angular plus other JavaScript frameworks, i18 Next can help handle that for you. Next, let's talk about design, layout, and UX. So please allow for the expansion of UI elements. This is the biggest UI bug that we find with internationalizing layouts. So here's kind of an extreme example, but I have the word blip in English. That's 4 characters, starting at the index of 1. And when I translate this word blip into Russian, it's 28 characters long. So this is really important to handle the flex of these longer strings. So a good rule of thumb to follow is that if the English text is less than 10 characters, handle at least a 300% expansion. So this is your submit button, your login button. These need to really expand. But if the English text is greater than 10 characters, you can handle a 30% expansion. But we have tools for this, right? We can use CSS Grid and Flexbox and other tools that are designed or thought of for more responsive design and handle the flex of our internationalized strings. Also right to left. Dun, dun, dun. Right to left is a challenging layout change. Here's an example of the adobe.com footer that is in Arabic, and as you can see, the whole footer changes to read right to left. So there's a number of tools available. The one that I suggest is PostCSS, RTL tooling, and they're an awesome open source project, and you can handle the full layout change with just CSS. Also, graphics. So here's an example of a P for parking. And I'm sure we've all seen P for parking in icons and graphics. But this is not really an inclusive icon that a diverse range of people around the world can truly understand. So instead of using the P for parking, which some people might say, well, P has become an international sign for parking. I think that's part of the problem, because instead of forcing English only as our international signs for iconography, what we can instead do is keep strings separate from graphics, icons, and photos, and make icons that are inclusive to a diverse range of people around the world. Like this smiling car that I thought was cute. Also, localized images. So this one I think is fascinating because we have an opportunity to really personalize our content to users from around the world. So here's 2 Adobe stock images of people smiling and driving. And one, the driver is on the left. The other, the driver is on the right. So I want to make sure when I'm here in London in the UK, I'm displaying the correct driver side to my users in their app. So this is kind of a very literal example because clearly in different places people drive on different sides. But there's other sort of more nuanced versions where you can include images that are culturally relevant. So, different people displayed, different like religious symbols, different icons, really making sure that you're personalizing your content for your users around the world. Also, colors. So colors can have different meanings across certain cultures. And here we have an example of an Adobe stock price app, where in the English locale version, we have change as highlighted as +8 in green. But in the Japanese localized version of the app, change is highlighted as +8 in red. And that's because in Western cultures, red is often associated with danger, warning, error messages. But in parts of East Asia, red is a color that's associated with happiness and joy. If you think about Tibet or Buddhist monks, they wear saffron red robes, and it's a color that's has much more positive association in parts of East Asia than here in Western cultures. So being really sensitive and culturally aware to colors and what they really mean around the world can be useful. So let's talk more about these cultural considerations to take into account. Documentation. So documentation is an opportunity to expand your users. And I've heard that the Angular documentation is not fully translated across locales. So I think really translating documentation and having documentation for people all around the world can make open source projects even better and can get more developers around the world involved in projects. So documentation is key. The next step is, so this is an example of a locale switcher that has flags to represent locales. And many languages are spoken in many countries around the world. And many countries speak multiple languages. So instead of using a flag to represent a locale, you can use the region or language, like we do on adobe.com. So another thing that I think is really important to talk about that doesn't necessarily pertain to Angular directly is voice. So I have a lot of friends who speak with a thick accent, and when they talk to Siri or Alexa, their voices are not understood. And there's a variety of reasons why, but one of those is because a lot of these voice tools are built with biased data sets that include people with only certain accents. So Mozilla has this awesome project called the Mozilla Common Voice Project. And what you can do is you can donate your voice, or you can listen to help validate voices donated. And I think it's so important because the diversity of voices helps the product over the long haul. So the next thing that's important to think about is countries, territories, and maps. So a lot of the big software companies have actually gotten in trouble with how they're displaying maps and lines on a map, because this can be a subject that's very important to be culturally sensitive to. And as Angular devs, we might be more likely to, excuse me, got a little bit of a cough here. So we might be more likely to simply query an API and get a list of countries, but we don't think deeply about the business implications and what those are actually saying. So thinking about our mapping software, our list of countries and territories is important to keep in mind. And this is a subject that I'm really passionate about, especially after my work living in West Africa. So I spent over a year in this small village called Komtoega in Burkina Faso, West Africa. And these kids were my neighbors, and they're really great at soccer or football. And they grow up speaking Moray, which is a tribal African dialect. And it's a beautiful language that has a lot of cultural significance. But then when they go to school, they're required to learn French, because Burkina Faso is a former French colony. So unfortunately, what's happening is their language, Moray, is now becoming an endangered language. And this map, each dot represents an endangered or critically endangered language on Earth. So I think this is sad. And I think it's really important to preserve languages that have cultural significance around the world. I think about it kind of like food. I know most of us probably love the experience of sampling diverse, unique cuisines from different countries around the world.
Hope to see you back. type of cheese?
I like Florence and the Machine.
You like what?
Florence and the Machine. It's a
Florence and the
band.
Machine,
Yeah,
a
do you
band?
know them?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And hello, all of you beautiful Angular Connect attendees. Hi. And those watching online. Hello. So next up, we have a friend of mine who works at my company. So I'll be nice and show her a warm round of applause when I'm done. Her name is Stanimira Voeva. And, sorry, Voeva? Yeah, I think I'm doing it right. And she is a software engineer on the NativeScript team at Progress, which is my company. And she's a Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies. And she's working on NativeScript, Angular, NativeScript schematics, and the integration of a Webpack within the NativeScript build system. So she's also co-organizing the Angular meetup in Sofia, Bulgaria. And a quick fun fact about Stanimira, she loves Florence and the Machine. So there you go. Everyone, let's welcome Stanimira to the stage. Woo!
Hey everyone, and welcome to my talk. I'm going to talk about migrating breaking changes, and actually I'm going to be using ESLint instead of TSLint for this one. So if you want to know why, you gotta wait for the talk, yeah, and not leave yet. So my name is Stanimira. I just moved to developer advocate, switched my role at Progress. I work on a very cool project called NativeScript, which is a mobile framework for building native applications for Android and iOS. You can also use Angular with it. Today I'm not going to be talking about NativeScript, but if you want to find out more about it, visit the website or ask me on Twitter. I'm also a GD for Angular. So nobody loves breaking changes, right? We're all pretty clear about that. But breaking changes doesn't have to be hard to migrate. You may have noticed, if you're using Angular, that in the past few versions, migrating has become much, much simpler compared to what it used to be. So one of the biggest reasons is the ngupdate command. The ngupdate command updates the package that you provided, and it also executes some migration scripts. For example, if you had to migrate to Angular 8, the ngupdate command would have updated your lazy loading configuration. So before you had to use some magic string syntax, and now you can use the dynamic import syntax. And executing ngupdate on your project actually automatically migrates your routine configurations. But the cool thing is that ngupdate is actually quite extensible. The Angular team uses it, but you can also use it in your own libraries. So today, we're actually going to learn how to automate our code migrations. So if you have a library that you're ordering, we're going to learn how you can write a migration script that your users can use. But you can also use these skills to write different migrations. Also, we want to disallow using a deprecated API. We want to make sure that everyone in our organization switches to the new API and gets errors when they're trying to use some deprecated API. And finally, we're going to learn how to make an Angular library ngupdatable. More specifically, we're going to write an ESLint rule with a fixer that will change the code. And then we're going to integrate this rule as a schematic inside ngupdate in our library. So let's see what is the breaking change that we're going to be migrating. It is something NativeScript specific. We kind of introduced that change, so we're actually the ones that are responsible for this. It's pretty simple. You used to be able to import from UI search bar, and now you have to import from this package called TNS Core Modules, and then specify UI search bar. It sounds pretty straightforward, and it doesn't really take much more than a search and replace, right? But there are a few factors that complicate this. You can also use a regular expression, right? Doesn't sound so much. First, there are quite a lot of paths that are disallowed now, and you have to change them. And you have to change all your imports. The second thing is that there are plenty of ways to import modules in JavaScript, mainly because we didn't really have a very standard way to do modules before years 2015. Also because you're using TypeScript, but you might also want to be able to migrate JavaScript projects. And they could be using the CommonJS standards and using require. Also, you now have dynamic imports. So there are quite a lot of syntax ways to import modules. So you may be very good with regular expressions, but still, you end up with something hard to maintain and read. And finally, these code things are valid, so you don't really want to catch them with your regular expression and change this code. This is why we're going to be using something else for migrating. And more specifically, we're going to be using ESLint. And naturally, you may have that question right now, why don't we use the TypeScript linter, TSLint? Well, long story short, TypeScript will be deprecated in favor of ESLint. If you want to find out why, read this blog post article by Palantir, the software company that actually writes TSLint. The good news is that you can use ESLint to lint your TypeScript code as well. So ESLint is a JavaScript linter. It analyzes your code statically, so it means that it doesn't actually execute it. And it can find problematic patterns and report problems. Under the hood, what happens in ESLint? It takes your source code, it runs that through a parser. The default parser for JavaScript is called Esprit or ESPrit, not sure how it's actually pronounced. And it generates a data structure called abstract syntax tree, or AST. As an example, if we have this import declaration, when we run it through the parser, we're going to get this data structure. The root node is of type import declaration. The import declaration has certain specifiers, and the specifiers are actually the nodes or the things that we're importing from that path. In this case, we have a single import called search bar. And we also have a source inside the import declaration. The source is of type literal, and the value of the source is UI search bar. So basically, the parser takes your text source code and generates a data structure that is a tree and contains the different nodes inside your source. After that, ESLint passes the AST to your rules. The rules analyze the AST, and they can generate a report that contains errors in your code and different ways to fix that code. The cool thing about ESLint is that it is highly customizable. So you can actually write your own custom rules, and this is what we're going to be doing. And of course, these custom rules can generate custom errors and fixes. Also, you can provide a custom parser, and this is why we are actually able to use TypeScript and ESLint together. There's this awesome community project called TypeScript ESLint, and it contains a parser and set of rules for TypeScript that you can use together with ESLint. All right, let's actually go ahead and write a simple rule. I'm going to be using a website, a tool that is called AST Explorer. The cool thing about AST Explorer, first, it works offline because I'm not connected and I can still use it, which is nice. And the other cool thing is that I can actually see the AST generated for my source code. First of all, make sure that you are transpiling using JavaScript, and make sure you select the right parser. And in this case, we're using the TypeScript ESLint parser. So we have the source code on the left, and on the right, we have the generated AST. The root node is called program, and the body of this program has several import declarations, something called a TS import equals declaration, which means that this node is actually specific to TypeScript, and several TypeScript variable declarations. As you can see, when I highlight the nodes here, they are also highlighted in the source code. And if I go ahead and select something in the source code, it's also going to be highlighted in the AST on the right. So once again, here we're just going to focus on the first node. We have an import declaration. The import declaration has a source, and the source is of type literal, and actually the value of the source is UI search bar. So by using the AST tree, the AST Explorer, we can analyze the tree and write our rule so that we actually know what nodes we're looking for. How do we write the rule? So first, it's pretty cool to write some tests for it. The tests that we're going to use are very simple for the beginning. We have a few valid cases. This is a valid case. Again, when we're assigning something to a variable, is also a valid case because it's not an actual import. A console walk with some text is also a valid case. And then we have some invalid cases. So if we have an import from UI search bar, we want to get a fix, and the fixed text should look like that. It should be prefixed with TNS core modules /. And it should also work for single quotes. So this is also something that would have been very complicated or a bit complicated to do if you're using regular expressions. All right, we have our tests. We can try to run them in watch mode. I'm using Jest in this repository. You can see it afterwards. Of course, the tests fail, which is expected. And then we can go ahead and implement the rule. The ESLint rule has a very, very simple API. It is just an object. And this object has a certain name, some metadata about it, like description, category, and stuff like that. And the thing that we're actually interested at, is the create function. So the create function returns an object, and in this object, we can specify nodes that we're going to be visiting. Or more likely, we can specify an import declaration, and then provide a callback, which contains the node. And this callback will be called when the parser goes through the AST and finds an import declaration. All right, what happens here? We can see if the node source matches some of our disallowed paths, and then we need to report a problem. So basically, I have all the disallowed paths here. We can create an utility function called isDisallowed. We need to provide a path, and if our disallowed paths contain this path, we can return true, or we can just return the statement. All good? As we saw, the import specifier is actually in node.source. So if node.source is a disallowed path, we want to report a problem. Also, it's pretty important to actually get the value of this. As you can see here, we have the source, which is a node, and we have the value inside value. So how do we report problems? By using the context object. We need to specify the node that has some problem, and then we need to specify a message. And I just have the message here. That's pretty much about it. What did they do wrong? Is this allowed? Yeah. Thank you. Includes I guess I make some. Last one. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Okay, we get an error, but the error now is that we actually have an error that is reported, but we are not getting the fixed output right. So we need to provide a fixer. How do we do that? In the report, the fixer is actually a function, and it accepts the node. No, it's actually a function which accepts a fixer, and then it should return the fixed node. So we need to use the replace text function on the fixer, provide the node that should be fixed, and provide the new value. Okay, so the node that we want to be fixing is actually the node.source. And what is the fixed value? Well, we can just grab the value from here, the value from the node source, and fix it, right? Which means that we can prepend our prefix and then keep the original value. Sounds about right, but our tests fail again. Why is that? Because we actually lose the quotes. If you go to the AST Explorer again, we're going to notice that in the value we have just the value of the source. We don't have the quotes that we're using. But there is also a row value on the node, and we can use that so that we can preserve the quotes that we have. So the fixed row value will be, okay, we can get the row from here. And we can replace just the value with the fixed value. And then provide a fixed row thing. Now our tests pass. Cool. Thanks. Thank you. We do have a bunch of non-implemented tests commented out, but we're not going to focus on all of them. Maybe we can just fix this one, because it's a little bit more interesting. So we have this syntax here. Import search bar module require something. We can see now that this test is failing because we're not covering it. And let's go to the AST Explorer again. This is the wine here. Or was it here? No, it's this wine over here. The name of the node is called tsimport equals decoration. And actually the require over here is a module reference of type tsexternal module reference. So basically we have to do the same thing and catch the expression here and see if it is valid or not. Let's try to implement that as well. So what we need to do is provide, okay, let's just grab this thing here. We need to specify the name of the node that we want the node type, and just write pretty much the same function. I'm not going to implement this whole thing, but you get the idea. Then to make the same thing work for the require statement, we can expect that require is actually a call expression, because it's not some kind of syntax that is embedded in JavaScript. It is part of the CommonJS specification. And the require has a callee called require and has some certain arguments. So we have to compare them again. That's pretty much how you write the whole rule. Okay, cool. And something else, if you're not sure about the types of the nodes, visit the ES3 specification. It contains information about ES5 up to ES 2020, and basically says how a JavaScript parser should parse and call these node types. Okay, how do we distribute the rule? One way to do it is by using ESLint plugins. They are just npm modules which pack some additional rules that we can use inside our project. Something important about the plugin is that it has to have this name format, ESLint plugin-plugin name, and it can also be scoped. So in our case, we can call the plugin ESLint plugin nativescript or add nativescript ESLint plugin. We'll go with the first approach. The other thing that we need to do is just export an object which contains all our rules from that plugin. And how do we use the plugin inside the Angular or TypeScript project? We need to install some things. So first of all, obviously we need to install the plugin, then we need to install ESLint, and then we also need the TypeScript ESLint parser. The second part of the equation is to add the ESLint configuration file. The name of this file is ESLint-rc. So we need to specify the parser that we are using. Again, the TypeScript ESLint parser. We need to specify that the source type is a module so that we can use import and export syntax. We also have to specify the plugin that we're using. So the plugin was called ESLint plugin nativescript, but in the configuration file, it should be called just nativescript, because it's some kind of ESLint specific thing. And then we can enlist all the rules that we're using. Finally, how do we lint and fix? Well, by executing ESLint from the command line. Let's try to do that. So I have this application here. It is a nativescript Angular application, and in the app component, I have this wrong import using the old syntax. So in order to fix it, I need to execute ESLint, specify the extension of the files, because by default it is JavaScript. I need to specify TS or for TypeScript. And I need to specify the source directory. So what I get here is an error that using short imports is not allowed. And also get a hint that I can use this rule with the fix option. So if I execute it again by providing --fix, I'm going to fix the rule, the import, sorry. That's pretty cool. And if you're using VS Code, you can also integrate it, ESLint with it. In order to do that, you need to go to Extensions, find the ESLint extension. I don't have network, but you can find the ESLint extension, install it. And the only other thing that you need to do is configure ESLint to work both for TypeScript and JavaScript. This is the configuration that you need to insert in your settings.json. After that, you're going to be able to see errors. So if I break that again, I'm going to see the same error that I saw when I was using the command line. And you can also fix this problem. So it's pretty straightforward to use ESLint in Angular and TypeScript projects. Next, how do we use this ESLint rule inside ng-update? Well, there's this tool called Schematics. It is a project transformations tool that can scaffold, update, and execute tasks. It is something that the Angular CLI is using under the box a lot. And it works with ng-generate, for example. So if you use ng-generate and create components, modules, and stuff like that, you're actually using schematics internally. Or the Angular CLI is using schematics. And the other cool thing about schematics is that you can write your own schematics and extend the functionalities of the Angular CLI with it. So if you create a collection containing schematics called My Collection and specify your own components inside it, you can use it from the Angular CLI. ng-add, another command, also uses schematics under the hood, so you can make your plugins ng-addable and provide installation schematics inside it. And what is important for us today is that ng-update also uses schematics under the hood. So in order to make your library ng-updatable, you need to write your own schematic collection, which basically contains migration scripts. So how do you do that? The first thing is that you need to go to your library in the package.json and specify the ngupdate key. The ngupdate key has, the important thing about it is it has a key called migrations, which points to a migration JSON file. The migration JSON file is a JSON schema which contains a description of your migration scripts. So the key doesn't really matter. We have a single migration script here called migration v002 and so on. The important thing is that it's going to migrate to version 2. So if your project is on version 001 or 000 and execute ngupdate demo lib, it is going to execute this migration script. It also, you can specify some description. You have a schema key, which specifies the options for this migration. We're going to see that. And the most important thing is that you have a factory. So what is this factory thing? The factory contains the actual schematic that you have to write. So we have some function that returns another function. This is kind of weird, right? So let's see some schematics theory here. The most important object in the schematics library is called a tree. So the tree contains a base, which is a representation of the project that you're executing the command in. And it also contains actions. These actions are the actual modifications that will be applied to the file system. A rule is a function which takes a tree and returns another tree. The idea is that you can add different actions to the tree that then the schematics library will apply to the file system. A rule factory is a function which returns a rule, which essentially means that it is a function which returns another function. So if you go back to the example, the inner function here is the rule, and the outer function is the rule factory. All right, how do we provide options to a schematic? As we saw, we have a schema key inside the migration JSON file, and this points to another schema JSON file. The important thing about it is the properties object, which contains the different options that we can provide to our schematic. And in this case, we have actually the project option, which is inserted by default by the Angular CLI. This is quite important. You don't have to specify it manually. The Angular CLI will figure out which is the project that you're executing this ngupdate or ngadd or nggenerate in. So we can use the project name. The options argument is inserted in the outer function, and we can access it from the actual rule, from the inner function. Cool, a few basic things about schematics before writing the actual migration schematic. We can read files by using tree.read and specifying the path to the file. And this actually returns a buffer, and in order to convert the buffer to something usable, we need to use buffer.toString. We can read directories by using tree.getDirectory, and the object that we get back has a visit function, and we can specify a callback, which will be called for every single path that is contained inside the source directory. Finally, we can edit files by using tree.override, specifying the path to the file, and specifying the new content. All right, so the schematic that we are going to write needs to do the following things. First, it's got to find the source directory of the project that we're executing it in, so that we don't apply the ESLint rule by mistake to node modules or something like that. Then it needs to read all TypeScript and JavaScript files, so that we don't try to apply the ESLint rule to HTML or CSS or something like that. Finally, it needs to apply the ESLint rule to their content, and it needs to overwrite the files with the fixed content. How do we find the source directory? So there's this file you may be familiar with called AngularJSON, which contains information about our workspace. In order to get the project, we can use the project name that we got from the Angular CLI, and this will give us the project settings. It also contains information about the source root. So In this particular case, it will be our project, the name of the project dash source or something like that. So this is the right way to figure out which is the source directory in an Angular project. After that, we need to figure out how to get only the TypeScript and JavaScript files. Here we have a hasAllout extension function, which just filters out files that end with TS and JS. Then we get the directory for the source directory. And then we visit every single path and add every JavaScript and TypeScript file to some set. And then we return the set. Quite simple. Then we need to apply the ESLint rule. The cool thing about ESLint is it also has a Node API that we can use. So we import the linter, we import the rules from our plugin, and we also get the parser. So we create a new linter, specify the rule by using define rule, specify the parser with define parser, and then we can use the verify and fix function. We apply verify and fix to the content of the file, and we specify the rules, pretty much in the way that our ESLint RC file looked like. And then we can get the fixed content from the messages.output. How do we rewrite the files? Well, we can just apply this ESLint function to every single file that we get, and then use tree.overwrite. It's quite simple. And tree.overwrite registers another action that schematics will execute on the file system and override the file. And if we execute that, ng update thing on an application, first we're going to get information about the package.json. We're going to install the latest version of the package. And after the installation finishes, we're also going to update the app component TS file. So if we see the difference, again, the import is fixed. And pretty much that's what you need to do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Stanimira. That was wonderful. So we are done in this room for today. We have a bit of a break, and at 15:45, we're going to have that panel I talked about. So remember, if you have questions, please submit them to be a part of the panel, and we'll see you back soon in track 1.